Well, so much for getting to talk to you guys about the vacation that I took. Was I muted that whole time? Huh. Well, I was complaining about the fact that... Wait, hold on. Was I muted only for 2 seconds? I didn't hit the keyboard. Why was I muted? Alright, well, sure. You weren't muted at the start, only when you turned on cam. How interesting. I have no idea how that happened. Well, are we, ready to get started? No? Yeah, great. Well, it's happening anyway. There's a video of the lead up to the shooting. Don't worry, I already know everything. Okay. This is almost certainly going to get demonetized. There's not much that I can do about that, and I don't think there's any level of effective censorship that I can engage in at the live streaming level to prevent that, so I'm not really going to bother. ICE murdered another guy, and while the murder of Renee Good was also completely unjustified, a cold-blooded murder, etc., there was at least one mitigating circumstance, which is that she was in a car that was moving. However slowly, and however innocuously, she was in a moving car. Does that justify being murdered? No. But it's a factor that can be weaponized by the enemy. This time, however...
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
So you have a bunch of ICE agents who are wrestling a guy to the ground. The guy's 37. He was a legal observer. He was not a protester or somebody that they were even targeting. Well, he might have been a protester. He was not actively protesting. He walked up to them with a camera. He was filming them. And in response to being filmed, these agents tackled them, like 5, 6 of them. It's not the first time that ICE agents have shown active aggression towards filmers. They've been doing that pretty much like the whole time they've been deployed. I'm sure a lot of you saw very recently the that video of the ICE agent saying, we're putting all of you on a list, as he walked up to a legal observer with his own phone camera. We're putting all of you on a... they've been getting increasingly aggressive over time. Anyway, they all tackle him. They're struggling to hold him down because they're all fat, lazy, useless, high school dropout pigs, barely human, and he's a robust, strong, independent, freedom-minded American individual. This guy up at the front just starts hitting him.
Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again! Are you fucking kidding me?
And then, frustrated by their inability to hold one man down, they just execute him on the street. And that's that. They had 10 shots.
Dude. They killed him? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
We have video from the woman in the pink jacket. I know. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of video footage of this one. Thankfully, a consequence of their attempt to go after legal observers is that there have been more of them. Yeah, just straight up executed him on the ground. So here's a bunch more videos if you have the stomach for that. This is a video of the events leading up to the shooting.
Unroll your windows. No, you're just right inside.
That's the fellow right there. This strapping lad. Holding a phone.
Let's go around.
No gun, just a phone. DHS has already claimed he had a firearm. Obviously.
Fuck off! Pieces of shit.
They took that phone, I'm sure. Not only did they take that phone, ICE, according to the Associated Press, immediately detained a bunch of witnesses to this murder. It's so, like, it's such a gang killing, indistinguishable from what the mob would do. After they executed this guy on the street, they all start backing up. I've seen plenty of police killings, even unjustified ones in my life. Police do not do this. Like, police, because doing this makes you look like a murderer. Like, you're not supposed to act like you've just been a witness to a crime. But all of them start backing up. This guy runs away and adjusts his mask. They're all aware of the fact they're just murdering people. There's no, like, they are not, it's not only like they don't feel threatened, they're fully aware of the fact that there are going to be consequences for this, or at least that there's a risk of consequences. You know, maybe they keep getting away with it far more than they should, but they know exactly what they're doing. Anyway, there's plenty more video because, you know, again... Boy, it's loud out there. Did not play this on stream. We're just doing it nuts.
Go.
I already have the volume turned down.
What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
The way every single one of them backs up, like none of them, there's not even like the artifice of policing here. You can see them disarming him before killing him. Yes, I believe that he was legally carrying, but he didn't have the firearm in his hand. He just had it in his holster. They shot him after disarming him. The reason they shot him is because they were frustrated they couldn't hold him down. It was just because they emasculated him. This is the #1 reason you get killed by cops or by, I guess, these pigs. It's just like they are here to act like I mean, bullies is such a soft word, I guess, but it's like a juvenile expression of masculine power fantasies. The moment that falters, the moment they feel like a fool, that's it, you know?
What the fuck did you just do? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah. So immediately after this, ICE scooped up people nearby to detain them as well, like desperately trying to cover up evidence of their crime, as if that's going to change anything. Tim Walz' response, yeah. Governor Walz' statement on recent ICE shooting. I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation. Pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. Great. Thank you. Fuck you, Tim. Seriously. Not even like a moral... End this operation. Violent, untrained. Fucking ridiculous. He needs to send in the National Guard immediately. The leader of the Minnesota National Guard have already said that if they were deployed to the streets of the Twin Cities, they would do so to protect people. I think that's a pretty clear indication that even if they were federalized, they would not... Like, even if the president federalized the National Guard, the men sent there would be primarily interested in stopping ICE. If not stopping ICE, at the very least, then impeding their operations. Can the Guard organize themselves? No. The Department of Homeland Security immediately responded to the murder by putting out a message saying that the officers fired because they were fearing for their lives. They said that the guy drew a gun on them, etc., etc. Here. Why did somebody send me this in the form of a YouTube video? It's just a tweet. At 9:05 a.m. CT, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for a violent assault, individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Seen here, the officers attempted to disarm the suspect. The armed suspect violently resisted. Yada yada yada. Right. Incredibly, they have found a hill to die on even worse than the Renee Good murder. Again, the Renee Good murder is one thing. Moving vehicles are innately dangerous, even if obviously Renee Good was not going to run over the ICE officer. But in this case, like, there is no mitigating circumstance. There's not really any ambiguity to take advantage of here. The video is pretty fucking clear. So, I mean, presumably this is going to be the next month of our lives, at minimum. He resisted, killed, justified? Yeah, that's probably what they're gonna go with. All right. Live coverage, Midas Touch.
American citizens and certainly immigrants who don't have criminal records are also being detained. Also being detained, arrested, deported.
The most demoralizing thing is that this came after a general strike. It feels like all that was for naught. Don't be, respectfully, don't be fucking stupid. A general strike is not mitigated by a murder after the fact. That's ridiculous. If anything, it's a show that the general strike worked. The reason ICE and Border Patrol, in this case, are being so sloppy is because they're aware of the fact that they're hated and they're getting nothing done. If they felt like they were being effective, they would not have to resort to tactics like this, you know? Like, they're operating under pressure. They know that's why they're acting this way. And I think it's a tremendous testament to the bravery and persistence of the people in the Twin Cities that they're able to put so much pressure on ICE when they have the full support of the federal government, both halves of it. The Democrats, Congress, the House, voted to continue upping ICE funding. Just enough Democrats slipped on that. What a coinkydink. Bovino's doing a new conference right now. Please, link it then. I like this little detail. You can really tell the Associated Press is also fed up with this shit. For one, the article header they have at the front of the page is federal officers shot and killed a man in Minneapolis, which is a lot more direct than officer-involved shootings that you typically get. But for two, look at this. After the shooting, an angry crowd gathered and screamed profanities at federal officers, calling them cowards and telling them to go home. One officer responded mockingly as he walked away, telling them, boo-hoo. This was after they murdered him. Wonderful detail provided there. You know, abolition is really not only no longer the moderate position, it's not morally or legally sufficient, you know? At this point, the mere abolition of ICE is itself a concession to lawlessness. All right, Bovino, what do you got? Our little 5'2" Nazi freak boy.
He is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years.
Just started?
Under constant attack.
Looks like a lesbian.
In Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license.
He sounds like Steve Buscemi.
During this operation.
Yeah. Many such cases, right? Like, basically all fascists. It's an ideology designed to compensate for masculine insecurities. They all are like this. Trump is like this. J.D. Vance is like this. Peter Thiel is like this. They're all like this. No exceptions, right?
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
We've all seen the video, man.
The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted.
Yep, it should. They're gonna again. They're gonna double and triple. It literally does not matter what ICE does. They will always, 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 always double and triple down on it.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement.
He's just rephrasing the DHS tweet. So the real, like, string puller here is whoever's in charge of DHS comms or that specific tweet. Like, he's literally just reading it.
Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years.
Wow, interesting. That's really, really crazy. So you're telling me that these, like, murderous, terroristic tendencies are present in ICE and Border Patrol even before the, like, rash of hiring that's taken place in the past year? Really makes me wonder if this organization can be reformed.
The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer.
I cannot overstate to you how much they've been fantasizing about this their entire lives. A lot of cops do, but basically every ICE and Border Patrol agent does. These are people who think that America is on the cusp of collapse because the white population in this country is declining as a percentage of its total population. These are people that fantasize every day about the day of the rope, that they will be the vanguard. They will be the first agents of Trump who will be deployed to the streets to shoot and lynch black and brown people, liberals, blue-haired women, and so on. They've been fantasizing about it. They've been talking about it with each other for years and years and years. And now finally, they have been given the opportunity. And as always, the fantasy is never like reality, right? Like in reality, they're actually just like getting screamed at 24/7. It seems like they have unlimited power, but in reality, like they're scampering like insects every time a light is shown on them in the Twin Cities. They can barely hold back like the fucking 50th largest city in the United States. And every once in a while, those violent tendencies express themselves in this like pathetic, cloying, oh, we just did like a drive-by shooting, everyone run away kind of deals, you know?
As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the...
If this guy's just going to keep repeating stuff that's pulled from the DHS Twitter, there's not much of a point in listening to him. Here's Trump's tweet, truth. This is the gunman's gun loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is that all about? So much for the Second Amendment, man. Where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off. It is stated that many of these... Trump's tweet, or truth, I guess, here is irrelevant because, as we know, Trump has not actually seen the video. Remember, with the Renee Good murder, all he did was repeat what he was told about it, and then when he finally did see the video, he changed his tune. Literally, like, he is still to the left of MAGA on this. Multiple times at press conferences, Trump has called the murder of Renee Good a tragedy and unfortunate and essentially, like, not necessary, you know? Like, oh, sometimes stuff like this is going to happen. I'm not saying he's woke on it or whatever. I'm just saying he saw the video and then he changed his tune, you know? He hasn't seen the video here. What he was shown was this photo, which is just a photo of a Sig Sauer pistol. I don't know. Looks cool. Sitting there. He's been told whatever. Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? We are there because of massive monetary fraud with billions of dollars missing and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. We want the money back and we want it now. Yeah. So, again, it doesn't really... He hasn't seen anything. He called it a mistake? Yeah, this was just from yesterday.
And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was, had the tragedy, it's a tragedy.
He's literally like to the left of MAGA on this. It's crazy. You know? This was in response to Renee Good. Minneapolis police chief.
But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you is we have identified this person, 37-year-old white male, resident of the city. The only interaction that we are aware of with law enforcement has been for traffic tickets, and we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Chief, can you clarify?
Yeah, my understanding so far is that the police of Minneapolis have essentially, like, they're not biting into the narrative at all. Likewise with Renee Good, right? Like, it's not like the Minneapolis police like ICE. Jacob Frey's statement.
So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader.
Jesus
put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents. Director Sayre.
Phenomenal. Excellent. Wonderful. What the fuck? Whoa. Oh, man. I need a new keyboard. Holy shit. It was doing that on my second window. It keeps, like, zooming down to the bottom of every web page. Hello? We good? Leftist keyboard, man. We good? Damn it. I just got this keyboard, too. We good? Coffee splashes tend to fuck up keyboards. Yeah. You spilled coffee on it, didn't you? Yeah, and I thought that it worked after. What do you want? I thought I dodged the... All right. You need to up your keyboard budget, man. It's the coffee. It's not the keyboard budget. What are you talking about? Did you clean out under the keys? I don't know if the keys can be removed. I tried really hard. No, anyway, sorry. Not really relevant. Look, we'll cut this one off here. There's plenty more to say, and we'll be covering plenty more, but I'll cut this segment off here. Yeah, I don't know. Look, the Democrats just voted to approve portions of, and to a large extent, the entirety of ICE funding. Tim Walz is doing nothing. Jacob Frey is doing nothing. None of them are doing anything. There's no way out but through. I'm sorry. I have to believe, I have to hope that this is a kind of wake-up moment for liberals, the liberal voters, I mean, where the contempt they feel towards ICE and towards the Republicans is not just an institutional failing, right? They're not just angry at ICE or Republicans broadly because they think that, you know, they're doing a bad job of achieving the same goal, right? They have to recognize these people and these institutions for what they are, which are fundamentally destructive and terroristic, you know, evil to the ground. There's really no fixing it. And as long as liberals understand that, they will understand why leftists hate Democrats. Because, man, to paraphrase Twitter, like right now, the moderate position on ICE is a TOS violation. There's no, like, people, the average person is so fucking far more radical on ICE than the Democrats are willing to represent. And that's only because they are weak. what can we even do? Jacob Frey can have the local police resist ICE. Tim Walz can deploy the National Guard. There is nothing that ICE could do against the National Guard. It's the National Guard. Like, literally anything. Not vote to fund ICE, perhaps, possibly, which they just did. Maybe. Democratic leadership won't even say that they want ICE to be abolished. But I've heard Trump would just take control of it. Trump can take control of the National Guard in the sense that he has the ability to determine where they go. But for one, his power in that in that circumstance is to some extent overseen by the courts. But also, the Minnesota National Guard have already indicated that if they were deployed, they would be protecting the people of Minnesota. So even if Trump federalized the National Guard, I'm pretty sure that they would be a positive force in the streets. This is all Obama's fault, to be fair. Isn't everything? All they know how to do is double down, man. It's fucking insane. They have nothing else. A domestic terrorist tried to assassinate federal law enforcement, and this is your response? Literally does not matter what happens. It doesn't matter how much video evidence or how fucking obvious or evident it is. They always go back to the same thing. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Just no, they're strategically inept. They have no rudders on the ship. They have no ability to moderate their response to any action, to play up or play down the worst or the best. Like, it's Israeli strategy? Yes. Yeah, it is. It is deeply Israeli, which is funny for Miller, but, you know, whatever. It is deeply Israeli, yeah. If you basically just coast by on defending literally everything that your people do, no matter how openly evil, and just assume that you'll get a free ride because the larger powers that be want to use you as a vessel for their will. The Israelification of the U.S. over the last 2 to 3 years has been fucking crazy. And all the people who have been cheering for our support of Israel are likewise ideologically responsible for where we are today. There is a direct overlap in our support for Israel and all that represents, and the police statification, the encroach of surveillance, and the retraction of our civil rights here in the United States. There is an overlap here. Let me send this one off. 1 second. How do I title this, man? One second. Okay, there we go. What the hell? Dude, my keyboard is not doing okay. Guess I have to order a new one. All right. Love your jacket. In better days, I would talk to you about it. But these are not better days. Okay. Let's pull up the feeds. See how Fox handled this immediately. My guess is hedge betting.
Well, this is a Fox News alert out of Minneapolis. Reports of a shooting there and that the suspect, according to DHS, was armed. Now, tensions are at the scene are high right now. You're looking at a live image. Let's go to Garrett Tenney. He is live in Minneapolis. Garrett.
Yeah, and Kaylee, this just happened this past hour, so details are still coming in. We'll get a clearer picture as this unfolds, so it is still early. But what we are being told at this point from DHS is that Border Patrol had some type of interaction with a man who was armed. This is a picture that our Bill Malusian got from DHS. This is the gun in 2 magazines that they say he was armed with. And Border Patrol engaged him. There was a shooting. DHS says that CPR was being performed on that person. And the Star Tribune.
It is pretty wild that the official position of the federal government now is that the Second Amendment does not exist. It's like that has been wiped clean. Of course, the right has never actually had positions. They don't believe in anything. They don't have positions. They have biases, you know, and infinite moral and legal leeway for the people they like and infinite punishment for the people they don't like. They want breathing to be illegal for leftists and blacks and so on, and they want murder to be legal for their guys. They don't actually, right? There's and they're totally unaware of it too, right? Like they have no idea. I don't know how these people dress themselves in the morning.
Reports that person has now been taken to the hospital by ambulance. While the details are still coming in, we are already seeing reaction to this. Governor Tim Walz just tweeted out, "I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation."
Do we even know that it was his gun? I believe that in the video you can see them pulling a gun from his holster and beating him with it before shooting him. That being said, it's not a position I'm willing to concede on because in the good old US of A, the Second Amendment is, in fact, the law of the land, and people are, in fact, allowed to have weapons on them. I'm not going to concede to sort of implicitly argue this like, well, no. What if he was a better protester or a better witness? He can have a gun. He's allowed to have a gun.
Pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. Now, we should point out that while this is happening, this area right around where this happened, this is about 1.5 miles from where Renee Good was shot about 2.5 weeks ago. This is the 3rd shooting in Minneapolis over the past 2.5 weeks involving federal agents.
Arizona Attorney General suggests state self-defense laws allow residents to shoot masked ICE agents. This is a legal question that the courts have been ducking around for decades now, which is in a country where the citizenry is armed, which they are in the United States, what happens when police officers or other federal or local agents, whatever, agents of the state, law enforcement, what happens if they break the law? Are you allowed to defend yourself, you know? Like, what happens if they just act murderously in front of you? And there have been really inconsistent answers on this. Like, for example, there have been people who have been prosecuted for defending themselves against police officers who engage in no-knock raids and never announce their identities. So how exactly can you tell whether or not they're police? Yeah, it's basically like your house gets broken into and you have to, like, flip a coin right there and decide, are the people breaking in police or not? There's no way of telling. It's dark. I can't see, and they're not saying. What do you do, you know? What about ICE agents? They drive unmarked cars and they don't wear, in many cases, uniforms. For what they do is indistinguishable visually from a kidnapping or a common murder. Like, are you legally allowed to defend yourselves? The obvious legal answer here, if we follow the law consistently, is, you know, yeah. If you are, like, aggressed upon in a way that is indistinguishable from a common criminal, murder, or whatever else, like, the law does not, like, this is the reason why police officers wear identifying badges. This is not Fed posting. This is literally the law. I refuse to cede this ground. The idea that it's Fed posting to point out the reason cops have to wear what they wear and announce themselves is so that there's no longer the ambiguity as to whether or not they are acting like unlawfully towards you. That is the whole point. But because we live in a, you know, slowly cultivating police state, right? The courts have been increasingly uncomfortable with pointing out that fact. And now we're here, right? Now we're here, where thousands and thousands of ICE and Border Patrol agents, in many cases just plain clothes, right, are running around killing people at will, no holds barred. And the federal government's argument is that the fair exercise of the Second Amendment is a legitimizing mechanism. More attorney generals should point this out. Was a 5-year-old detained by ICE in Minnesota? JD Vance explains. What a phenomenal YouTube title. Phenomenal. Oh, you know what this is in reference to, by the way? This was ICE agents kidnapped a 5-year-old and ordered that 5-year-old to knock at the door and call out his parents who they wanted to arrest. The ICE agents couldn't legally break into their home, so they kidnapped a child and used them as bait to lure out their parents.
Vice President Vance, a local school district here is alleging ICE agents detained a 5-year-old
Very Israeli.
after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE or harassed by ICE in the last 6 weeks. Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota?
Yes, he is. Next question.
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you know, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy, and I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible.
And then I remembered, if somebody kidnapped my child and held them outside my house, I wouldn't give a shit. So, frankly, skill issue on the part of the parents.
How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien, and then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do?
Incredible stuff coming out of this administration. They didn't arrest the 5-year-old. They merely kidnapped him and used it. Like, dog, that was the accusation.
Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America? If the argument is
JD Vance being told to go out there and eat shit by the admin. Unironically, yeah, like he's like a fucking suicide bomber right now. It's crazy. They're using him as a sponge for all the evil of this administration and tanking his ability to win in 2028. You would think the smart thing to do would be to just lie to Trump and then have Trump defend everything the admin does. But for some reason, they're letting Trump, the guy who will not be alive for much longer, sit back and do nothing, while JD Vance, the guy who's like 40 years younger, is out here tanking every optically damaging like behavior done on behalf of the administration. I have no idea why they've put him in the position. They're making 2028 unwinnable for him. Trump pulling a Biden. It is pretty funny.
you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No
Like,
one...
is this really the best they could come up with? Kidnapping a 5-year-old and using them as bait? This is the best you have? What were we supposed to do? There was literally no other way to enforce the law. Did you want the kid to freeze? He's midwitting so hard. Exactly, man. Well, you know what Trump would do? Trump would call the person asking the question a traitor and fat. And if they were a woman, he'd call them a piggy and say, I liked you when you wore different makeup better. And then he would move on to the next question. And that would work better. This doesn't appeal to anyone. Fascists don't want to see their fascism, like, logically justified. They just want to see blood, you know? And this isn't going to convince anybody, like, left of spectrum. So it's...
thinks that makes any sense. Now, you know, there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second, we don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves.
You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves.
And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer. Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic? No, we don't. These guys want it least of all, but
it's just so fucking pathetic, dude. Over and over. Like, again, the people who like you want blood. They want you to get up here in front of the microphone at the podium and say, like, we'll do it again because we love it. You know, nobody is appeased with it. Like, nobody likes this. The 5-year-old was reportedly autistic, so more attention needs to currently getting. Okay, I'm not to be ableist or whatever, or not ableist. I don't know. Whatever faux pas I'm committing here, I apologize for it, but I don't think that... I guess what I'm saying is if I thought it was an autistic 5-year-old and then I learned that it was an allistic 5-year-old, I probably wouldn't be like, oh, thank God, that's better. You know what I mean? It's a 5-year-old either way. So I feel like we can just toss that one out there. I wouldn't, you know, I don't need to try to refine the needle pointing. All 5-year-olds are autistic. Yeah, pretty much. That's true. People are going to get mad at me for that one, even though it's true. He really has been the administration's little bitch boy. J.D. Vance recently walked back on his repeated statements that ICE agents have unlimited immunity, or what is it? Sorry, absolute immunity to their behavior.
The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd.
Just completely fucking embarrassing. Coward. Well, what he's recognizing here is that if you give ICE agents unlimited leeway to do bad things, they will do bad things. But in reality, right, like unlike in the Turner Diaries or whatever, the ICE agents don't actually have the power to create a white ethno-state. They're just, like, making things worse for everyone, you know? Trust me, the administration is not benefiting from the impropriety of ICE and Border Patrol agents. I promise you. The murder of Renee Good, and now the murder of the 37-year-old man in Minneapolis, whose name is known, but I don't currently know it. So I'm sure somebody in chat will provide that information to me promptly. All of that, you know, it's only making things worse for the admin. It's not turning people towards them. Alex Preddy, that's his name? The DHS will be conducting their own investigation of this murder. Oh, wonderful. I wonder what conclusion they will come to. Not the FBI? Why not have the FBI handle it? Like, it's not like they're not also a stooge of the Trump administration. The FBI all quit? Oh, yeah, that's true. The FBI agent who was assigned to Renee Good's case quit. At first, they were told that they needed to investigate it as an incident of assault on a police officer rather than as a murder, and then they quit. Yeah, very good, very good, very good. Because the FBI isn't captured enough. There was this earlier too. Dog, this shit is happening like every fucking minute of every fucking day. Like the brutality that's happening out here. Not to mention the non-fucking stop recorded instances of ICE agents saying openly that they are like categorizing you or putting you in a database or whatever the fuck else. They're doing this non-stop. Who's saying you're gonna have to kill me? The old man that they're brutalizing on the ground.
I have done nothing at all! My name is Matthew James! I'm Madonna Allen! Get on the phone! I'm a United States citizen! If you kill me on the street! You're gonna kill me! That's what you want? You wanna kill me? You wanna kill me on the street? You're gonna have to fucking kill me!
Yeah, they do want to kill him.
I
That is true. You ain't shit to them, man. That's true, but genuinely, I feel like the way things are going right now in Minnesota, they're getting really, like, and again, this is not Fed posting. This is a statement of fact, okay? This has happened many times over thousands of years of different human civilizations. There is always a breaking point, and there are many, many, many more people in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities, than there are ICE agents. And it is a heavily armed state. I mean, every state in the United States is heavily armed by the standards of every other country on earth. So, you know, you could argue New York is a heavily armed state by the standard of, like, our European peers. And that's true. And the average resident of Minnesota can walk on ice, whereas the ICE agents cannot, ironically. Again, like, to be clear, this is not Fed posting. This is just a state, like, and the ICE agents, I think, are aware of this too, to an extent, right? This is the reason why J.D. Vance switched from absolute immunity to, well, of course, if they've done something wrong, they don't have immunity. Who would ever say that? That's a ridiculous thing to say. Imagine a universe where that was said. That would be a universe where somebody said something ridiculous. You know? It's like, in addition to him being like the cuck boy for the administration here, I think that, like, this is a response to a broader sentiment, which is they recognize the fact that no amount of power they express here in the Twin Cities is going to bring the white ethno state on. You know, that shit's not happening. They're not, the day of the rope is not coming on account of a couple thousand agents in the Twin Cities, and they need to pull it back. And honestly, they're getting closer and closer to that point. Clip of that ICE agent talking about the database. Yeah.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
Cool. Fucking pussies. Yeah. Massive fucking pussies. Really the worst of us. Walls is talking right now. I know. I just wanted to talk for a bit before getting mad at him. Slightly more inspiring news. 500 pastors singing 1840 abolition song while getting arrested. Huge oral forming moment. I just, like, this, on some level, this administration has to recognize that if things snap in the Twin Cities, there will be no going back, and there's nothing they can do about it. Because the National Guard in Minneapolis are more likely than not to kind of side with the protesters. You know, I don't want to like share fake news or be overly committal to that position. Like, if the National Guard are deployed following real civil unrest in the Twin Cities, they will absolutely go after protesters too. But, like, there's nothing the Trump administration could do to regain control of that situation. Does that make sense? They have to know that. Couldn't they federalize the Minnesota National Guard? Federalizing the Minnesota National Guard doesn't change who's in charge of the Minnesota National Guard. It just means that Trump gets control of deployment orders and objectives. But the objectives kind of get fit. Like, if the objective is maintain order in the Twin Cities, right now that would mean going after ICE. Does that make sense? It's kind of up to their discretion to an extent. You know, the operational control of the National Guard is controlled by the same person in both cases. That of the National Guard is pro-protester? Yes, to an extent. When's the breaking point? I don't know, man. How many people died in the Boston Massacre? I actually don't know that. How many died in Boston Massacre? 5 people. Okay, well, 40% of the way there. A lot of people were injured. Yeah, well, guns were pretty inaccurate back then, so. $60 with the 51-year-old? 37, but I think that's 40%. We saw Doomer posting. NYC DSA organizing an emergency protest? In New York City? No. Solidarity and all that. All right, Tim Walls. What do you got?
His death.
Let's go back. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Let's hear it.
Of a short statement, then I'll turn it over to...
Do we have a link that isn't completely inaudible? This stream is better audio? Thank you.
We need to have a fair and confidence
with the peacefully.
I don't want anything to be fair, by the way.
Not be trusted. The edge. Thank you all for being here. I'll have a short statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson.
Really fiery stuff.
Joined
Thanks.
here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades, that is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives.
What more can I expect, right?
They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen...
You ever get tired of having to be the bigger man always? Don't you just want to go fucking crazy? The Democrats would lecture you on the importance of civil protest as you were marched into train cars and sent off to death camps, you know? They would tell you not to stoop to the level of the Gestapo agents that are, shooting you in a ditch.
Have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence.
Wouldn't the bigger man, by definition, also be the stronger man? Can't we play on that? There are like 1 million people in the Twin Cities and just a couple thousand ICE agents.
We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faith.
This is the great hypocrisy of the white moderate, the liberals advocate for civil disobedience. I am a big advocate of civil and lawful disobedience, of peaceful protest. The general strike yesterday was enormous, and I wish that I had been live to celebrate it. And I'll talk about it, don't worry. But the whole point of those protests, the whole point is to express solidarity, commitment, the community mindset. You get people out there organized and together. But at the end of the day, if people are killing you, you have to do something about that. The point of civil protest is not to show that you are only capable of civil protest. It is to show that you are capable of civil protest. Like the whole point here, you are supposed to, like, they never have an answer to this too. What happens if you don't answer to the or else? What is the purpose of a strike but an or else? What is the purpose of a protest but an or else? If you go out there and protest by the millions and then nothing happens, what then? Oh, well, we tried? Is that not an indication that every protest is impotent? It doesn't matter what you do, how many people you organize, you just have to wait out the protest, that's it, you're done? How would anything ever change? Should we have endlessly peacefully protested the occupation of the British in the Revolutionary War? What should we have tolerated after the secession of the South and the Civil War? Like, what? Where is the or else? Every civil protest is, by its nature, intended to be a threat.
Packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint. And I call on all Americans to see the
thing that really pisses me off, too, is the fact that we know they're being hypocritical because we want what they want in Iran, right? The Iranian government is brutal, and I would fully support a civilian uprising against the religious authority there, 100%. But what do they think that uprising is going to look like? Tweets? Like, obviously, the civil resistance in Iran is potentially, at least, I mean, it certainly was during the overthrow of a Shah, the threat of greater action. They would love that in Iran. They would love that in Venezuela. They would love that in any country we aren't on good terms with. But here in the United States, off the table. Off the table. Not allowed.
See that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace. We'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this.
It's fucking pathetic, dude. Seriously. The idea that the problem with ICE agents is that they're unprofessional rather than professional. If only they were better organized and better armed and better trained, you know? Or the idea that the thing that the ICE agents are trying to do is bait us into bad behavior, you know? It's the logic of like a schoolyard bully, you know? The difference is that on a playground, when you're like in first grade or whatever, it may well be the better strategy to not fight back against the bully because there's a ruling authority there, the teacher. In this case, the person doing the bullying is the teacher and the administration and the school board head and the governor and the president. Like your well-minded civil resistance is not being admired by anyone above you. There is no God standing over you that's going, oh, wow, finally, you've demonstrated the sufficient degree of moral high-handedness. You know, the ivory tower has been built tall enough. Now we will fix the problem. The only people above you are the people you're trying to resist.
Patient ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will
legitimately, I think this degree of liberalism constitutes a kind of religious thinking, 100%. And also, by the way, the original liberals were not like this. Not to glaze, you know, the founding fathers too much or anything, but I promise you that this kind of language was very much the language of the loyalists, not of the patriots. This like, you know, heed not the rabble who scream revolution, they have not your interest at heart, etc., etc. This shit was not what they represented, you know? This is not liberalism ideologically. This is a capitulation to capital. Democrats have no idea how to act unless they're working at the behest of those people, you know?
The peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as well.
Oh, please.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis.
I don't really care. I'm here to be angry at walls. I don't think anything this administration does is going to satisfy me, but I want to hear this rhetoric.
And is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Well, I spoke twice this morning.
I thought Trump was fishing for an excuse to invoke the Insurrection Act. Wouldn't responding with violence give him that? No, it wouldn't make a difference. The Insurrection Act would not make a difference. It's not martial law. We do not have a law for martial law in the United States. The reason Trump keeps backing off, and for one, if Trump wants to invoke the Insurrection Act, he'll just do it. When the fuck has he ever cared? They sent thousands of ICE agents to the Twin Cities because of the goddamn Somali daycare video. Like, they don't need a reason, you know? But yeah, that we don't have an enabling act here.
Shortly after I received the call of this shooting, I spoke with the President's Chief of Staff, and first request was to get her people out of there, to get these...
What do you want the governor to do? Call ICE and the Border Patrol terrorists who love murder and want to kill and rape people for fun because they're dickless cowards who use this to get their kicks. And then deploy the National Guard with orders to protect the people of the Twin Cities from ICE.
Agents out of there, they were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have...
Do you think neighborhood militias will start forming now that the government won't take action? I mean, the people in Minneapolis have already been organizing to tail ICE. What do you think is going to happen when it becomes clear that ICE can just murder witnesses with impunity? A lot of those people own guns. Like, it would not change very much for the hundreds of people who show up with cameras to turn into hundreds of people showing up with cameras and firearms. And if they did that, what is ICE going to do? Beat them? Win? All it takes is for the people of Minneapolis to realize how much more there are of them than there are of ICE agents, or how much they are under threat whether or not they engage in that kind of protest.
Most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative.
Yes, and like the movie Ants.
I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No.
So what happens if enough Americans say it'll end and then they just don't end it? Say? Is that the limit of your imagination, Tim? They say? Oh, enough people say? Really? You think, is that how power works? Is that how political power works? If enough people say they want this to stop, it'll stop?
I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing.
Then how exactly will public opinion change this?
I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing, and I think there cannot be...
Doing what? Again, like, it dies on one follow-up question, right? Like, instantly it evaporates, all of this and nothing. And do what? What happens if they don't change this? What exactly do people have to do? Do you think more people showing up at these ICE protests and saying they disapprove of ICE's actions are going to make that critical difference?
Very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said, under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might...
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It's not spinelessness. They like death. They're happy. And where is yours?
Find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right and stand up for the rule of law.
That's great, man. Just 3 more years till Trump gets out, dog. Hey, listen, Twin Cities, just keep this going for 3 more years, all right? That should only be, what, maybe at the current rate of escalation, a couple hundred more of you getting shot on the street? It's fine, it's fine. Anything would be better than us actually resisting the occupation. Anything would be better than that. We don't want to sink to their level.
stand up for human decency, and that's the moment.
So then, just to follow up, because then if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they do Stonewall...
Good question.
And you're trying to investigate, is that force on force?
And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out.
Yeah, that's a pretty good retort from the people who are saying that, you know? That's a really good response. We give them peace and then they shoot us in the face. So what's the, you know, what's your response to that one?
Out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want.
Oh, no response. Okay, guys, listen, I know that what I've advocated for has been proven to not work. But, you know, you just have to keep at it, okay? Just keep at it. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Very good.
I don't know how to say this in so many terms, to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights. Speak.
What about your second? The position of the federal government is that the people of your state are allowed to be executed if they are lawfully carrying a firearm. What about the second? Guys, it's not Fed posting, and I really wish you wouldn't. I understand, like, it's funny, haha, but, like, genuinely, the Fed posting is when you're advocating, like, you realize what you're conceding when you say that reminding people of our constitutional rights is Fed posting? You're essentially, like, making the argument of the administration, ooh, how scandalous. He's reminding people of the Second Amendment of the Bill of Rights. Sure, put me on trial for that. Oh, he fucking called for violence against federal officers. How'd he do that? Well, he reminded people there's a Bill of Rights. Yeah, find a jury to convict me for that. Jesus Christ.
Out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that. And I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people.
Thank God we have people there with video. Just, you're gonna keep getting killed by ICE agents, okay? You're gonna have to keep going out there and filming them, and they're going to keep executing you. But we need the video footage of the execution. So you have to keep. Most of you will live.
It is nonsense and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows.
Not that we would ever file charges against them, of course.
And this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Honestly, Walz believes he couldn't win an escalation. The people of Minnesota would win an escalation. I'll remind you, the state we're in right now is that a group of lawless thugs are running around executing legal witnesses who are peacefully exercising their Second Amendment rights, okay? We know for a fact that at the end, once you stack every card up on the table, we know who wins this in the end, and it's the American people, okay? So for Walz to sit here and to like he has literally laid out the counter argument to his argument and then said he doesn't have an answer to it. Oh, well, just filming them is doing nothing. They shoot us, you know? The whole point of filming the ICE officers is so everyone knows how bad they are. But you then have to act on that information, right? Like, it's like journalism, okay? You're engaging in a kind of citizen journalism when you go out there to follow ICE with your cameras. But the point of journalists is not just merely to present the information and then that's it. Congratulations, folks. We found out about Watergate. All right, goodbye. Congratulations, folks. Here's writing on the Boston Massacre. Okay, goodbye. The point is to motivate action. You share information so people can act on the information. The mere sharing of the information on its own is not sufficient. That's not the point. We all know that they're murderous thugs. We all know that they're rapists and pedophiles and fat high school dropouts who couldn't even make it as a cop.
blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA...
The founding fathers would be Fed posting right now. I think we can all like safely say that if the founding fathers were the people in charge of the federal government right now, everyone responsible for this would be like this is beyond the fucking pale. Are you kidding me? And this is not a defense of the sterling moral instinct of slavers, okay? But like, Jesus Christ, this is not a difficult pitch. Just describe the situation to them. Go back in time and just pitch this one. Give Jefferson a little, you know, oh, here's what's going on. He would, yeah, I'm telling you, they would know what to do.
Allowed to do this investigation. Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
That's great.
And left us there.
Governor Ernesto with the New York Times, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping...
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so
get these people out of here. How? Fucking how, Tim? How? Literally fucking how, dude? They have no, it's like a blank spot. It's a gap in their theory of politics. What happens then? What do you do there? How?
On if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, Governor, activated is different than having them state.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriffs to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Can you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because...
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the question, because eventually the National Guards...
are incurring the cost.
Dude, my keyboard's actually like fucking up. I have to order a new one right after stream ends. Don't let me forget that. The National Guardsmen, this is the big question, really, which is like, it's based on statements made by the Minnesota National Guard. I do not think, remember, when the National Guard were deployed in Los Angeles, what did they actually do, right? Very, very, very little, if you'll recall. The Minnesota National Guard, or sorry, the California National Guard basically just stood there outside the federal building, and they did not assist ICE in any meaningful capacity. Obviously, in DC, all they really did was pick up trash. In Minnesota, the question is, like, there are so many ICE agents operating right now in the Twin Cities area that the National Guard cannot meaningfully go out and protect them. There are more Minnesota National Guardsmen than there are ICE agents, but that doesn't mean they're going to send an escort or a patrol out with every one of them, and they're not going to deploy every one of them too. I don't know. Like, just having National Guardsmen outside the federal building isn't going to change anything. They need direct orders.
That are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with his weapon in leading to?
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say, you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ear, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, your reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the vice president, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't.
Nothing's happened after Renee Good. Nothing's happened here. What are we doing? The state and local police still aren't doing shit. What are they doing?
Say where it is, because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment.
Irresponsible.
What I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic...
The audacity. I can't listen to this fucking guy anymore. I'm sorry. Tim Walz's stupid fucking speech. The audacity. How dare he? Truly the greatest crime committed this morning. Trump said Walz was inciting insurrection. Of course he did. Yeah, this is, earlier tweet. Yeah, no, I know. Obviously. Yeah, of course he did. Obviously. Yeah, of course. He's not wrong, by the way. He's actually completely correct. By being this weak and removing any possibility for an organized resistance against ICE at a state level, you basically guarantee civilian unrest. He's completely correct. Yeah. Walz's weakness here inspires the people of Minnesota to act on their own. How could they not? I put 3 angles synced at half speed. Brilliant stuff, but I don't know if I need to watch that right now. Wait, what does that mean? In a society that valued law and order, right now, either local, state, or the National Guard in Minnesota would have already been deployed with explicit instructions to hamper ICE and protect protesters. If the federal government wants to fight that, fuck them, you know? That's what it is. That's the whole point of this fucking national experiment, man. That's the whole point. We can't only value law and order until the law is being broken and the order is being disrupted by people with badges. That's not, no, what was the whole fucking point? You know? What was the whole point? Worthless. If they're not doing something, the people will, eventually. How are things going on the streets?
He said he had a lawful permit to carry a weapon. It's something we heard from the president.
This is our intersection.
The Minnesota DNR request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this
week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story, but in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening and held accountable.
In arresting violent offenders.
People's hands. Again.
Do any of the protest folks say that people are on the way? Any sense of what might happen near the airport there at the Whipple Federal Building today?
Here, we haven't heard too much from people actually in the area, and I will say we only just got outside as we were locked down in the Whipple building for the better part of 3-4 hours as we were waiting for Commander Bavino to come to the podium there. But you may have heard it. I do apologize if any of the profanity came through. People here are, of course, angry. We've seen emotions over at that scene near 26th and Nicollet. There are similar emotions spilling over here as this crowd you may be able to see going down the fence, this barricade that has been somewhat recently put up as there have been more and more clashes with federal agents here over the past few weeks. More and more people are showing up in these sub-zero temperatures.
Thank you so much, Connor. And we are going to go to Mike Max. Now, when we spoke to Mike last...
Fuck these people.
From the federal officials involved.
To prevent this from happening again. To make sure that the foundation
shooting. We are going to go to her live right now for the latest what's happening there. Kelly?
Yeah, hi guys. Here we are at Nicollet and 26, obviously the scene of the killing here earlier and the shooting. This is the situation here right now, and I can confirm what you just heard in that press conference. We don't see any law enforcement here. These are just people here gathering. It's been growing in numbers for sure. Obviously, the main situation here at 26 and Nicollet, but what you can't see is that the crowd of people stretches along Nicollet, and it is continuing to grow. I continue to see people come here with signs, with flags, demonstrating and chanting. That's what you're hearing to right now. They're, do a couple minutes of a chant. It wraps up, they cheer, a couple minutes of silence, and they start back up.
The gun the DHS posted seems to be fake. Yes. However, I attempted to verify this myself before stream started, and I was unable to. The DHS posted a photo of the Sig Sauer that was allegedly in the holster of the person they murdered. And then here there's an image where an exact match Google search shows that it was posted 5 days ago on Reddit. However, I tried doing that, and I only found stuff from the shooting itself. So I believe the image is real. He did have a gun on him, not that there's anything wrong with that. The thread is 5 days old, but the picture is new? Okay. Yeah, posted today. Discussion started 5 days ago. Yeah, the gun picture is real.
Again, at this point it has been peaceful. There has been no throwing of anything, nothing at all. But again, there does not appear to be any law enforcement here, at least not from our vantage point. And we've been kind of walking along Nicollet in different areas over the last couple of hours. And as you mentioned, we've been here. We got down here as quickly as we could, and obviously a very different scene when federal agents were on the scene. It was very intense, confrontational for sure. This is more a gathering of seemingly all residents at this point. I did have a chance to go into Glamdal Donuts. I know you guys were talking about some of the videos that we've been seeing coming from that area. That's a pretty well-known donut shop here, and there were customers in the store at the time. Had a chance to talk to one just briefly. She did not feel comfortable talking about her experience, but she was clearly visibly upset. She had been crying and just kind of shaken about what she saw. She said she saw the agents out on the street right in front of her. She was there to get donuts, working to get some more information.
Only law enforcement presence that we saw on scene here, just Minneapolis police squad vehicles blocking off streets so that presumably cars couldn't drive into the area. We have seen a steady stream of people coming here to protest, many of them bundled up, of course, and wearing respirators. And
My dad heard about the shooting and said, well, now you know you shouldn't go to protest or mess with ICE. Like, I don't know how to get through his head. You can't, because your dad's not a person, I'm sorry to say. Sorry for your unfortunate relation to him. A lot like, the big lie that Democrats have been pushing for decades is that Republicans and Democrats agree on fundamental principles and merely disagree on implementation. In reality, many people, almost all of them Republicans, despise all of the values for which America is nominally supposed to stand. They do not like freedom. They do not like agency. They don't like any of the so-called liberal values that were touted by the founders. You know, they resent all of those things. They don't have positions, only biases. You will never be able to move him with factual arguments because the fact is that he doesn't want to maximize for the things you want. You want life to be cheaper, better, good, equal, whatever. He wants black people to die in the street. He wants the state to be an unrestrained agent of chaos and death that is wielded in a way that gives him catharsis. Your dad is probably not a very happy person day to day. I'm sorry to say. And the catharsis by proxy, you know, when the state murders someone, your father feels as though he has murdered someone, and for a brief moment he feels powerful.
Goggles, so ready to participate in this protest. When we were parking, someone actually backed into our vehicle and didn't even realize it because they were so eager to get down here and participate in this protest. But like you have been mentioning, we've not seen any evidence collection happening here. This kind of struck me because, of course, being a reporter and covering police scenes over the years, you don't typically see ripped police tape like this until way after an investigation is done. This says state patrol line on it, do not cross. That was ripped. I've seen a couple other areas where the police tape has been ripped, so not any evidence collection happening here. Again, being on scenes with the Minnesota BCA, they typically hold scenes for many hours, so no state investigators here looking at the crime scene, no federal investigators that we've seen either. The only police presence are those Minneapolis police squad cars that are doing traffic control in the surrounding areas, but this crowd is definitely growing. You see
phenomenal. The Guardian visited a Minnesotan Republican conference, and all the low IQ hogs are supporting shooting Renee. I timestamped it in the link. It's also chapter. These people are genuinely too far gone. And this is always, it's always the case with these people.
By killing somebody.
I didn't hit the space bar. My keyboard's broken. It's always the case with these people. Their belief here is not motivated by factual reality. She was just in her neighborhood. She did nothing wrong. We all know this, right? They just like death. I don't know how many times I have to say it. People always seem to... There's always somebody in chat who feels like I'm being hyperbolic, but this has always been the case with reactionary movements. This has been the case with reactionary movements in this country for, at the very least, well over a century. Well before, obviously. It's a tendency that people like to ignore. We like to believe we're so much better than this, but frankly, like, a lot of people just aren't, you know? Mostly Southerners, but white people across the country voted away their own post-New Deal civil liberties because black people were getting them too. Every single time there was a cut to Medicaid, Medicare, welfare, whatever else, you know, Section 8 housing, investments, anything infrastructural, anything that helped people. Why? It was because the blacks got it too. Every time. Hundreds of individual examples all across the country. Same story every single time. These people just like hurting others. It's not like it's motivated by an emotional bias, you know? She shouldn't have been there. It was her fucking neighborhood, you stupid bitch. She had every right to be there. The ICE agents shouldn't have been there. The New Deal coalition died in 1964 when Democrats gave black people rights. What we need to recognize is that this kind of reactionary sentiment is innately terroristic and is antithetical not only to our values, but to to civilization itself. These people will destroy civilization if it means destroying it for non-white people too. You know, we cannot coexist with them. We cannot live with them. We cannot work with them. They cannot be worked with. Their biases can't be appealed to. They're not rational agents. They simply have to be overrun. Okay? They have to be disenfranchised. Their power has to be disassembled. Democrats can't acknowledge this. They can't even gesture at it. Republicans, by the way, can do this freely. Donald Trump goes up there at the podium and just says Somalis are low IQ and need to get out of this country. Okay. Fucking all right. I guess it is possible to express like, just open contempt behind a podium. Democrats can't do it against the worst people alive. Or Trump gets to get away with doing it to just regular people because they're black. They're sadists. They love it. And this, the violence the state enacts, it's the only time they feel powerful. It's the little glimmer they get. Social security by appealing to Islamophobes living in rural areas. Listen, democracy cannot survive this people. We need to acknowledge this. If democracy is to survive, we need to recognize categories of people who are simply not allowed to have any input. The peasant-minded cannot have, if you don't believe in civilization, you don't get to decide the direction that it takes. I'm sorry, I do believe that. I fully believe that. This is a universal constant that we just need to acknowledge, all right? Like, for the most part, this is a rural-urban divide thing due to education and cultural differences, but not entirely. This is why, and I'm sick of this. This is like 2017 posting, you know? But the whole, like, tolerance paradox, right? The idea that if you're tolerant of intolerance, the intolerant will take over, and then there will be no more tolerance for anyone, even the tolerant. I know it's all old hat. I know we've heard it before. I know we get it, yada, yada, yada. But we got to do something about it, man. Everything that our, fathers and forefathers, and sometimes even our mothers, if those, lazy bitches could get off the goddamn chair, if you know what I'm talking about, built, is being torn apart year after year, generation after generation, by, I want to be clear on this, listen to me, the same people over and over. For the past 200 years in America, it's been the same villains. Time and time and time again, on every fight, on every war, on every civil rights issue, all funding everything over and over and over again. We know the tendencies. We're aware of what produces these political biases. It's not random. Every generation does not roll the dice, and it's like a fucking new random group of people, Oh, this time it's suburban Dominicans or whatever. No, we know who it is. I'm so tired of it, man. We can't grow past this. What the fuck are we supposed to do in the face of this? Vote should count the same as theirs? In my opinion, that is a radical position. The idea, looking at these people and thinking, oh, yes, obviously they should have the exact same amount of power as me. Far more because of the Electoral College, by the way, assuming you live in a state like California or New York or Texas or wherever else. If you believe these people should have equal power to you with regards to local and federal decision-making, I think that is a radical position, Like, it's like an expression of democratic intent to the point of near suicidality. They actually live in an alternate reality? Mm-hmm. Don't you think that getting to participate in our democracy should at least require living in the reality the democracy exists in? By the way, it's insane the Guardian's covering these people more antagonistically than More Perfect Union. Yeah, this is the reason why I get crabby with More Perfect Union. It's because I know what these people are like. It's all great when you ask them, like, oh, isn't it sad you can't afford retirement because of, like, Trump or whatever? Yeah, I was fooled by Trump. It's, like, super sad or whatever. Then you ask them, like, any social policy question and the demonic shit comes out. And it's like, I don't think you should get to retire. I think you should just, like, have a heart attack while cleaning a Walmart bathroom at 83 years old. I think that's the life you deserve? Question mark? What reality is, though? Reality does. I don't buy into this idea that you can never establish a standard to political participation because bad faith actors could weaponize it against you. We're already living in the reality where they're weaponizing it against us. Democrats never did anything to disenfranchise Republicans. Republicans voted Trump in for a second time, and now he's tearing the country apart. Clearly, this was not, like, they did not wait on our permission. Like, I believe in truth. I believe there is a standard to appeal to. Renee Good was not a paid protester. She was not a domestic terrorist. These are not positions that I feel a need to argue with on anyone. As far as I'm concerned, disagreeing with me on this means you should be fucking sectioned. I don't think that, like, I'm not interested in this delusional and frankly postmodern obsession that every factual point of reality is up for debate with the worst humans alive. I don't believe in that. alternative to them having the same voting power. Unironically, I am at this moment in favor of a civics voting test that you have to pass before your vote counts. I actually believe this. I don't care anymore. I don't care. Republicans would never win again. We would have Democratic supermajorities in Minnesota. We would have Democratic supermajorities in Mississippi. Unironically, yeah. I don't care. If it's a lazy slapdash method of keeping these people out of power, then it's worth it. I'm so tired. Like, the idea that democracy means that you have to fucking commit suicide because the worst humans alive keep abusing the system over and over and over and over and over again. I believe in civilization. I believe in humanity. I believe in moving forward. I believe in taking great strides towards the future. I believe in the light on the hill. I believe in the lighthouse. I believe in the ivory tower. I believe in the white city that carries the flame. I believe in the future. I'm not ceding these beliefs to this dumbass fucking organized retardation, to this communal mental illness, that fucking pedophile. Gee, fuck, I can't stand it. I can't stand it, man. We can't keep... The thing is the fact that none of these people, at least this guy specifically, doesn't actually believe in it. They do not have the emotional affect to back up the statements that they make. If they actually thought she was a domestic terrorist, they would speak with a lot of contempt. They would talk about her the way people for a decade and a half talked about Osama bin Laden, you know? They would talk freely about her. But instead, they invoke it as a point. They invoke it as a talking point. They invoke it as this, like, oh, well, keep in mind, you know, nobody who feels real hatred in their heart talks this way. Notice how he called Somalis low IQ, 70 IQ people, and then he almost immediately backed off it, and he was like, well, a lot of them are good people or whatever. That's not real racial hatred. Don't get me wrong, he is racist. I believe that fully. But does he actually believe that the average Somali is 70 IQ? No, he doesn't. It's just a talking point that he's repeating from the president. He probably thinks that they're in some ephemeral way inferior to him, as all racists do. But again, it's not motivated by factual reality. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not they do or don't have a higher IQ than he does, you know? Real hatred, real emotional bias, which is all that motivates these people, is entirely divorced from factual reality. In fact, the two positions aren't even remotely concurrent. You could believe that a group of people are in some material, empirical sense worse than you or some other group of people and not feel any hatred towards them. And likewise, you can hate a group of people while recognizing that they are in some material way better than you. The hatred and the acknowledgement of whatever facts you want to invoke, you know, those are different things. They don't act the way they should if they believed what they said, because they don't, which is why they're easily able to change their talking points.
What do you do?
Somebody who believes that that was a domestic terrorist?
Yes, unfortunately.
The way you would talk about, I don't know, Breivik or the Boston bomber, right? Just, oh yeah, it's just really tragic. Yeah. Seems really sincere, right? It's what I want more from More Perfect Union. You have to engage with the way they actually feel. Nobody who voted for Trump in 2024, who then later complains about how the economy has gotten worse, actually voted for him because they thought he was making the economy better. And they won't change their vote either? No, no, they won't. They don't have empathy. People just need to remember that the things that we often take for granted, like empathy or a communal belief in goodness, civilization, that things should get better, these are not innate to humans. The only thing that's innate to humans is fucking getting milk from a titty when we're 0 years old and like sniffing out the good berries from the bad. We get a tummy ache when we smell the bad berries, okay? We got very, very basic instincts up here. Everything else we have to build. The idea that like, oh, we should all work together and agree on things that are true for the collective good, and we should be willing to expend social resources to ensure things are better for everyone, you know, even if that means that we're temporarily put out, because in the future we might benefit from those. All of these are constructs, relatively modern ones, by the way. The idea of being empathetic towards all people because of a shared humanity, this is a relatively recent idea. Politically, at least. We might have always had a kind of inclination to it, like innately, because we are naturally social creatures. But the political belief that that is a valid and worthwhile thing to push for, that is a new development, and it is a part of liberalism, and it is not universally believed in. Reminds me of the circle study right-wingers post and are too stupid to understand. Yes. Radical action must be taken to protect our democracy and civilization. Why did a bunch of Gen Z young men vote for Trump? Vibes. If there's one thing that I've learned about voters' tendencies, it's that the last person you should trust when asking why a person voted for someone is that person themselves. People, not only do they lie, are also shockingly stupid and very, 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 very bad at understanding their own intentions. Gen Z men also favored Mamdani over Cuomo. Gen Z men shifted towards Trump because they were nihilistic and desperate for a narrative to cling on to. All they knew was that the status quo was bad, very bad, and that everything is over, big over, etc., and that Trump was the game changer. That's it. They didn't engage with any of his economic positions. They weren't researching whether or not tariffs would be good for the economy. That was it. They just wanted to believe that they were part of some big change. They wanted to believe that they were better than the people who came before them. But they weren't. They voted in the deep state, and they shifted away from him because it was immediately obvious that Trump was just the deep state all over again. That's it. It has nothing to do with the economy. In order for a person to have voted for Trump for the economy, they would have needed to know what his economic positions are. Trump supporters did not know what his economic positions were. Then how does one learn why people vote one way or another? You observe their behavior and their arguments. You don't just listen to them when they say why they did something. People lie about that all the time. Reminds me of that article covering a Somali voter in Twin Cities who voted Trump because a volunteer talked to them about the LGBTQ+. Yes, I saw that. They voted for Trump specifically because he was anti-LGBTQ. It's very good. Very, very good. To the hole with thee. JB came so close to saying abolish ICE. I mean, he just said abolish ICE here. So, I mean, I guess he said it's time to abolish Trump's ICE, which, yeah, is kind of a cop-out. Trump's ICE? What, you're going to bring it back for President Newsom?
Well, the American public has lost trust in ICE and CBP because of the constant lies. Greg Bovino, Tricia McLaughlin, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, they come out and say things that we have now proven are false. They accuse people of things, as they did in Chicago, and try to take them to court and criminalize something that they did when it turns out they didn't do it. And indeed, none of those charges have stuck. They've all been dismissed across the board. So trust is lost, and it's why Trump's ICE has to go. We've got to figure out how what we're going to do to replace it with something responsible.
Yeah, no, this is nothing. This is nothing. It's honestly just as weak as Tim Walz' statement. Replace it? Yeah, what the fuck do you mean? Literally, why are Dems acting like this? It's all they can do, man. They're all doing this version of ICE now. Yeah, it looks like it. ICE must leave Minneapolis. Congress should not fund this version of ICE. What they're doing is signaling to the powers that be that even after Trump, if Democrats take power again, they will continue to pump money into these agencies. The real rulers of the country. Hey, just to let you guys know, we're being anti-ICE, but only under Trump. After Trump is gone, we'll go right back to funding ICE. Yes, sir. Do you think there's a dumb governor who'd handle the same better? Not that I'm aware of, no. This is why they lost in 2024. And it's why they risk losing in 2028. Not that it matters. Right now, it seems like the best the Democrats are going to offer in 2028 is Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom, and if those are the front runners, I will. I'm not voting for them. I would rather a Republican with abysmally low popularity continue to run things into the ground than allow a Democrat to disillusion the American people with the reminder that nothing changes whether or not you vote Democrat or Republican. I think the consequences long-term of that would be far worse. Better to give people the hope that things can change than to remind them that they can't. Especially since we know for a fact right now that the Democrats are not willing to or able to stop anything the Republicans are doing. I believe in the Ro Khanna project. We'll see. We'll see. Ro Khanna voted yes on ICE funding, though? Yeah. Not in this vote. This was not the vote that Ro Khanna switched over on. There were some other provisions that were voted on more broadly by Democrats, though. Chatter's lying shocker. It's not Chatter's lying, though. What they're talking about is a different bill. Okay, pardon me, I've been on vacation. My understanding is that the broader bill just barely eked through, but there were provisions associated with the bill that got approved by Democrats by a much larger majority. No? Yes, that's my understanding. And for those provisions, a great many Democrats voted for them. Is it that we can't have immigration enforcement or that it can't exist under ICE for other reasons? There's just literally no reason to have ICE. There's no they serve no institutional purpose that was not previously served by Border Patrol. Also, Democrats are still passing their budget, you know? Lest we forget, Trump requests $11 billion plus the estimated $19 billion from the reconciliation bill. They are the administration's federal police. The goons. Chuck Schumer response? Nothing. Ro Khanna claimed he didn't know ICE funding was in the bill he voted for because Republicans snuck it into a bill about UN funding. That's kind of funny. Oh, no, this is about Israel, not about ICE funding, no? Oh, it's a whole mess. But you know what's not passing the House? The War Powers Act? No, it is not. Congress once again agreeing that it should have no power over the declaration of war. National Guard activated? Oh boy. Live updates. Minneapolis National Guard activated after a man's killed by federal agent. Finally, hold on, folks. They're being activated by Tim Walz, okay? Probably not the big aura moment you were hoping for. He said his initial deployment would be to the ICE building. Hold on. Minnesota National Guard will assist local police amid growing protest. Second fatal shooting of a protester. All right, hold on. Live footage should cover this. AOC replying to a Ken Klippenstein tweet about ICE funding. Yes, I saw this. Very cool that Congress just renewed ICE's budget with absolutely zero concessions, but he was incorrect. Congress has not yet renewed the budget for ICE. The House passed the budget, but it must now go to the Senate. So I guess here's your chance to prove, here's your chance to bet on cynicism, folks. It's up to you. Do you think enough Democrats in the Senate are going to flip to pass the massive ICE funding in the reconciliation bill? Wait, does it even need to pass the filibuster? It does? It needs 60? Okay, gotcha. I guess we'll find out. Schumer will make sure. Yeah, probably. It'll pass unanimously. Well, everyone bet on your cynicism, okay? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Let me see if I can find a live feed. I don't know how long it's going to be before the National Guard gets deployed. They're being deployed, but... Looking. Man, I fucking love looking up news live feeds on YouTube. Breaking, mass chaos, ICE agents attacked, shooting, Minneapolis live. Somali protesters, National Guard on standby, looting and rioting threat. George Floyd 2.0, question mark? Great stuff. Me and my contemporaries. I don't think this is live.
Law enforcement. We will not allow violence against...
This is not live. It is earlier. It might be a while before the National Guard actually make their way down there.
Patrol officers were harmed. I believe we also have a statement from Lisa Dameth, who is the Republican leader of the Minnesota House and also is running for governor of Minnesota. Lisa Dameth says, "Today we had another tragic loss of life, and I'm heartbroken for the loved ones affected. As we saw yesterday, thousands of Minnesotans were able to peacefully demonstrate without a single incident. Unfortunately, there are still too many political leaders urging direct confrontation, including the attempted disruption of law enforcement operations and throwing of dangerous objects. These dangerous tactics put lives of officers and the public at risk.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We can have protest. We can have lawful monitoring of ongoing law enforcement operations. But it's going to take leadership at all levels of government to turn down the temperature. I spoke earlier this week with Vice President Vance, who expressed both publicly and privately a sincere...
Wait, this Republican? Yes, Lisa Dameth's a Republican.
...desire to foster better cooperation between the federal government and state and local officials. But that cooperation is what has been called into question all day long by the BCA and Minnesota officials who are saying that they are unable to work with the FBI to investigate this. Let's also hear from Amy Klobuchar, Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat. There has been another shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis, and I'm working to get more information. I will update as soon as possible. To the Trump administration and our Republicans in Congress who have stood silent, get ICE out of our state now.
Also to point out, she is running for governor.
As well.
Or she's filed papers.
Filed paperwork,
to run as
yes.
governor, not official.
Wonderful. AOC endorsed an AIPAC-backed candidate over a progressive challenger in a D+13 district. Texas 33. Honored to have AOC's endorsement in my re-election campaign for Texas 33. I plan to keep holding ICE accountable, expanding healthcare, lowering costs for families. I don't know enough about this race to really have a statement on it. It's possible this guy doesn't have a chance in hell, so maybe that's why AOC did it, but I'd have to look. What else do we have? Supreme Court doesn't rule on tariffs with the next potential decision in February. They are kicking this can down the road so far because they know that the only sane answer they can give is no, these tariffs are illegal. Like they basically have to rule that it's illegal. But they know once they do that, they create a huge mess for the administration. So my guess is that Trump envoys are going over to the Supreme Court and they're being like, okay, listen, just a little bit more time, okay? We'll open the portal to Hyperborea before you know it. Then you can do this. Agartha is yours, my liege.
And they have not been able to see a gun in the hand of Alex Preddy. Now, if you have a gun, you know, it can be anywhere. These videos are taken at a distance, so you can't see everything. But that's one thing that they are looking at. And I think that they are, the certain point
is an ICU nurse. You can see right there, it looks like, just like you predicted, Frank, that there's a memorial popping up to remember Alex. And it looks like mourners standing right there where he lost his life, which is the center of people's interest today all around the country. People trying to figure out what happened in this case. But you can see the crowd is gathering. And, you know, we saw so much mourning for Renee. It looks like the mourning has started here again. Something we are waiting for. More answers. You know, we've heard from so many different agencies so far about what happened, and we're going to hear from the state police, the BCA, then we're going to hear from Kristi Noem. So we'll have to see again, are we going to hear two different accounts, one after another, first the state and then the federal? You know, we'll see here over the next few hours.
Just two different accounts, you know, just two different, like one hand then the other, you know, who knows which one is correct.
Of these initial questions answered or not? Or will we continue to have varying accounts when different evidence is presented by these
like all the evidence that was presented by the federal government after the murder of Renee Good.
Different agencies.
Yeah, to give some...
I don't know what you expect. Fucking CBS News affiliate captured by Israel.
All they do. We do not.
That looks like a guardsman.
Incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now, not only in recent months.
BCA provides updates. Okay, this is the same coverage that we're getting here.
They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and we're in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization.
River jumped up on the PC.
Unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted a crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding, both within our state and across the country, that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of this.
Just normal proceduralist bullshit. Not really interesting. Man.
As it's clear to us, and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota, that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be
sorry about the audio. I was just trying to get continuing live footage out there.
You said you got a signed neutral warrant to gain access, and you were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How uncharted is that? And have you had any contact? You said that you understand DHS is leading now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Okay, the question was, have I had any contact since it's my understanding DHS is running this investigation? I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that and make that contact and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today.
How much investigative work were agents able to do at the scene and when they could get access?
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis.
Man, watching this, just seeing it unfold, you really do forget that legally, if you're impeding a local or state officer, you have the authority to arrest federal officers who are acting unlawfully. You know, it's a legal power they have that they just refuse to exercise for some reason. Like the fact that they're federal officers do not mean that they have infinite permission to do whatever they want. You can just arrest them.
If and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene.
Do you know the identity of the federal agents who were involved in the shooting?
The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
Yes, Aaron Channel 5. How will you be able to ensure a thorough and fair investigation if they weren't able to collect evidence and make the shooting happen?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long established process of doing that, and we'd welcome that now, or we'd welcome parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process. So it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
WCCO, so on the point about the warrant, it sounds like earlier, just to be clear, you said you took that step preemptively, knowing that perhaps you might be denied, and then secondly, can you share what agents were told on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not allowed to access, or that your agents weren't allowed to access?
So the question is about the warrant and then access to the scene.
It's pretty obvious why this happens when the people in charge are like, well, they didn't give us the info, so you know that's unfortunate. It's just, you have no idea, maybe most of you do, how much psychic damage, how much psychic damage you incur by, like, the right-wing rhetoric in America for decades being, everyone should own a gun. You should own a gun to protect yourself from government tyranny. When the federal agents start coming for you, you need to be ready for it. Yeah, local police, meanwhile, have the ability to arrest people freely. They'll make up charges after the fact. And then everything they said would happen happens from them. And all of the liberals who scoffed at the right-wingers for saying the things that eventually came true, but only because of them, are now acting like they have their hands tied, when we all know perfectly well that if local police wanted to start arresting ICE agents and like cooperative DAs start like throwing charges at them, dude, they would have no chance. Start throwing state or local charges against these people. Do you think a jury of their peers in Minneapolis would acquit any of these people? Good fucking luck with that.
Warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene much like we would anywhere else by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived, just you arrived at the scene, you were denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, though. Judge grants that warrant, you show up with that, and still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please.
It's almost like they were breaking the law and you should have done something about it.
I'm not trying to be glib here. Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for this Operation Metro?
Yeah, the question was about, has local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law? I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of legal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations: state and local, and federal, and then tribal and territorial. And normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership on a variety of different criminal investigations. Each and every day, BCA agents and local law enforcement across Minnesota are conducting violent crime investigations, drug investigations, human trafficking. We work together with the federal government all of the time. This is a situation where we're in a different place for a variety of reasons when it comes to this, and we need to find a path forward. You've heard various people say that we need to look to turn the temperature down.
Do you accept it was very silly when you said ICE's back had been broken by opposition from the people of Minnesota? Leaving aside the spitefulness and tastelessness of your question, no, I think that this actually proves it quite well. The overwhelming unpopularity of ICE in Minnesota is exactly why they're acting irrational like this. Much as the Trump administration has gotten increasingly frantic and aggressive in the past couple of months as more and more opposition has metastasized against them, When a person is in a position of comfortable authority, they don't have to keep doing this. You know that, right? Like, if ICE was popular in Minneapolis, they wouldn't be doing this, getting into confronting protesters, threatening to arrest them, saying you're adding them to a database, killing them. Do they face this kind of resistance when ICE agents run around Texas or Florida? No, of course not. It's the resistance we're seeing. Resistance builds friction, and friction causes this. Breaking the back of ICE does not mean they suddenly, they just whimper and go away? No, there are no calm, peaceful ends to stuff like this. Right? There's no timeline, absolutely none, where the ICE is just neutralized. Yeah, power doesn't panic.
To turn the temperature down, not only because of a situation that all of us want to be in across the state of Minnesota, to be safe in our homes and communities each and every day, but importantly so that we aren't in a position where there is...
Their unpopularity has so far not constrained any of their actions. That's my point, not that they're not hated. But it's constrained their actions enormously. You realize that ICE has barely been able to get anything done in Minneapolis, right? Their time is being spent right now terrorizing people, going door to door. Does this strike you as the behavior of a powerful organization? The fact that they have to kidnap children, get into scuffles with protesters, murder people on the street? No, this is the friction that we're seeing. It does impede them. And that is exactly what they're going to end up breaking on. Do you have any idea how much the popular sentiment of abolishing ICE has, how much more popular it's grown just in the past month? As a consequence of the murder of Renee Good, and now, of course, this murder? The base of support is what's necessary as a first step, My belief that ICE is having its back broken here is right now, I think, I wouldn't say being vindicated, but I think that this is further evidence to that point. It's miserable business, but unfortunately, they're the ones who bring murder and death, I'm not saying that you need to feel optimistic about them murdering people in the streets, but I think we should be engaged with what the greater meaning of these behaviors are. Are we not on the same page that what they're there to do is terrorize the people of Minneapolis, that deporting immigrants is only the justification? Sure, but so far, they're not succeeding in beating back the people of Minneapolis. They're being followed and protested constantly. Following them around, honking your horns, forming citizens organized brigades to track them, you know, respond to calls for that kind of stuff. It's if their goal is to, like, you know, break the Minnesotan people and make them cow in submission, the fact is they just haven't. They have not succeeded in that goal. Anyway, I'm not saying we should be optimistic about this. It's obviously miserable, you know? But nothing ICE is doing right now will succeed in breaking the will of the people of Minnesota.
You know, a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement authorities. We have a long history of working together in partnership, and we need to keep in mind that we're all safer, we're all better together when we can do that collectively together.
One more at the far end, and then one more after that.
Mary Murphy with the Department of Service, are you able to confirm the identity of the man who was fatally shot, and then also can you confirm the whereabouts of the officers who were involved in this shooting?
The questions are, can I confirm the identity? I'm aware of what's being reported. That's who we believe the individual to be, but the medical examiner will be the one to officially identify them, or at least provide us permission to do that. The second part of the question was, do we know the location of the officers involved? And the answer is, I do not know.
One more. Superintendent, Queen Warren for the question about past situations you guys have dealt with on this. Have you ever had a situation where the FBI is denying access to the scene like this? Under what circumstances have those happened in the past?
So the question was, have I ever had a situation where federal authorities denied access to a scene? Not in my, 20 plus years at the BCA and a situation like that. There's certainly investigations for, national security and sensitive reasons. We wouldn't have a lot.
Why does it feel like this guy gives zero fucks? It's not that he gives zero fucks, it's that he's weak and complicit. Like, basically all he's saying is, yeah, normally we do these investigations, but the Gestapo stopped us from doing it, and like, that's not legal, and we have an order, and we're legally allowed to do that, but they're stopping us from doing it, so what are we going to do, That's it. It's not like, I mean he could, talk about how this is illegal, but it's, he's just another cog in the machine, utterly unaware of the fact that the machine is completely broken and he's turning along and his spokes aren't engaging with the spokes of other gears.
A sight into, nor would it be our position to ask for access to information in those particular instances. In instances where there's really concurrent federal and state jurisdiction over a matter, I'm not aware of an instance where that's ever happened. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And talking about
so
that
that'll
stuff.
be at 26 and Nicollet, right? The
Generally,
7
yeah.
o'clock. Okay.
We do have, before we go to Frankie, I just want to read this that we received a short time ago.
I wanted to get to that because but I think Esme's gone. This is almost ironic. But
yeah, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus has sent us a statement. We do want to share it with you. It says in part, despite widespread speculation regarding intent, there has been no evidence produced indicating an intent to harm the officers. We're calling for a full and transparent investigation by both state and federal authorities. Every peaceable Minnesotan has the right to keep and bear arms.
Talking about Alex Purdy right there. Yes. So they are saying they do not have any sense of intent.
Well, I think the more interesting thing about that is that, this group some people vilify it because post-Annunciation shooting, they came out so strongly against any kind of other, measures that would be banning weapons. Control. And this is a group that's actually saying, hey, let's not. This is the only group I've heard today that says, let's not jump to conclusions. So
Frankie McLister has been covering.
But they didn't say don't jump to conclusions. They said there's no reason to believe X. That's not saying there's no reason to jump to conclusions. That's an entirely different statement.
The protests, at times the clashes that we've seen throughout the day. Obviously, we've seen things sort of shift as the day has gone on there, Frankie.
Yeah, hey there, Derek, and I want to say thank you guys for holding down the fort in there. We appreciate it. I'll get out of the picture right here so our photojournalist, Ray Campos, can show you what's going on at the intersection of 26th and Nicollet. So if you're aware of the area, and honestly, if you're just tuning in from outside of Minneapolis and across the world, we're right south of...
Fox announces presser of Kristi Noem. Not yet found the link. Anyone else? Jesus Christ. I wonder what she's going to say.
downtown. And earlier, you guys painted the picture. We're right south of our studios, too. It's a big, large gathering happening right here. You can hear some kind of banging sounds. The community has put together this kind of like barricade around the intersection. You see folks on top of roofs. You see a lot of big, massive dumpsters and recycle bins, and that kind of is where you're hearing those sounds, people using the dumpsters and such as to make noise. And actually, there is somebody that brought a speaker, and they've been kind of rotating out people that are on top of those dumpsters and speaking. You can kind of see it. We're going to walk over there in just a second, but before I do so, Ray and
Gnome press conference at 4 p.m. ET. It's 4:24 p.m. ET right now. She late? Of course she is. Started streaming 2 minutes ago. She's very late.
My photojournalist, we've been here since when the news broke, guys, like 9:30, 10 a.m. hour. Right here earlier,
we're biased to watch the anger here. It's critical in this press conference, and this just gets back, and we're biased as journalists, but these officials need to speak.
We're seeing flashbang grenades being shot into the crowd to push them back as they got closer to the ICE and CBP. Again, I don't know whether they're ICE or CBP because they don't identify. They're now moving into the crowd. These short snub guns that they're using are usually used to fire pepper balls or tear gas. We have seen Alex Tabbitt's on the ground. He said there's both pepper in the air and tear gas in the air. When this started, we saw the ICE officials. This is all tear gas you're looking at right now, or smoke. We didn't see them having masks on. They're all masked. They are now moving at some pace toward that crowd. This has been sort of a moving protest. They're moving well out of the area that they've been stationed in all morning now. They look to be at least a block away. You can see people running. I want to just stay on this for 1 second to see where this is going.
Yeah, we saw this.
Practiced things where people learn what they're supposed to do if they come into contact with these federal officers. They try and record as much as they can, and they say certain things. Now, what's going on here? What a scene, Minneapolis.
What a scene.
Minneapolis in 2026. David Rode, you were saying the difficulty in understanding what really happened is exacerbated by the fact that people don't necessarily believe what DHS is saying. Let's listen to what this woman is saying.
What's your husband's name?
His name is
Matthew James Obadiah Allen. Write that down. Matthew James, we're not going to let him get lost. It's going to be fine. Matthew James.
Remember, when people are arrested by ICE, they tend to shout their names to any people present because they're worried about getting disappeared. Thousands of people have been disappeared by ICE. And by disappeared, I don't mean kidnapped and illegally detained for indefinite lengths of time. I mean disappeared like no one's heard of them again. Like no one's heard from them. Their names get knocked off the registry. Like the over 1,000 people at Alligator Alcatraz over in the Everglades, you know? Just their location, whether or not they're alive, just completely not known. Still no Christy Gnome. Hold on. Suppose we can take a moment to talk about something else important. If I can find it. While we wait on Christy Gnome to say all the stuff that we know she's going to say, a leaked ICE memo that has seen some discussion, because it's insane, has advocated for and said that ICE agents are legally allowed to break into homes without judicial warrants. That they have the ability to do so merely with administrative warrants, which are not what you need to break into a home. That's not, you need a judicial warrant. That's how the law works. But, you know, yeah, no, a memo of theirs asserted that they do have that power. They are literally being instructed to break the law. An internal ICE memo obtained by the Associated Press, sharp reversal of long-standing guidance meant to respect constitutional... God, I fucking hate the media, man. Listen to this language. It's a memo advocating they violate the constitutional protections that every American has, okay? Marking a sharp reversal of long-standing guidance meant to respect constitutional limits on government searches. Can you imagine if they talked about any other crime this way? Jesus fucking Christ. The memo... Does it give them any actual power, or is it just vice signaling? No, it doesn't give... No, there is no ICE memo that can override the Constitution. There is literally nothing ICE can do, Trump can do, that overrides the Constitution. The memo authorizes ICE officers to use force to enter a residence based solely on a more narrow administrative warrant to arrest someone with a final order of removal, a move that advocates say collides with Fourth Amendment protections and upends years of advice given to immigration communities. Cool. For years, immigration advocates, legal aid groups, and local governments have urged people to not open their doors to immigration agents unless they are shown a warrant signed by a judge. That guidance is rooted in Supreme Court rulings that generally prohibit law enforcement from entering a home without judicial approval. The ICE directive directly undercuts... What was the... Was it a tweet from the DHS where they said they were justifying this by saying that all they needed was it probable cause to enter a... No, it wasn't. It was reasonable suspicion. They said they just need reasonable suspicion to enter a home. When the standard is probable cause, right? Am I mixing those two up? They were essentially saying, nuh-uh, legally we're like cops are allowed to enter a home based on this, but they also didn't even know what the standard was. The contents of the memo had been used to train new ICE officers who are being deployed into cities and towns to implement the president's immigration crackdown. New ICE hires and those still in training are being told to follow the memo's guidance instead of written training materials that actually contradict the memo, according to the whistleblower discourse. Cool.
To some breaking news now, as we learn 2 whistleblowers have apparently come forward with a new internal ICE memo that says ICE agents are basically allowed to forcibly enter homes without a judicial warrant. This coming from the office of Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal. It's coming as we're seeing new immigration operations still going down in Minnesota, which is the latest escalation of clashes between ICE and people there. And now a police chief there says ICE agents pulled their guns on an off-duty police officer. I want to bring in Maggie Vespa, who is on the ground for us in Minneapolis. Maggie, can we start with this new whistleblower memo? What does it say, and what do we know about it?
Yeah, but Hallie, basically what this appears to be, based on this memo, is kind of a loosening of ICE policy when it comes to how much liberty they take entering people's homes when trying to make...
Just a loosening. It's not illegal. It's a loosening of policy and guidelines that were intended to respect the rights afforded by the Fourth Amendment, okay? It's not breaking the law. It's merely a more lax interpretation of the restrictions meant to uphold constitutional rights. You know, it's not a big deal. Okay. It's not, I would never, ever use language that would implicate a law enforcement officer.
An arrest. Previously, and I talked to one of our legal analysts about this just moments ago, they needed a judicial warrant giving them that authority to enter the home specifically. Now they can use something it's more of an administrative warrant. It's called an I-205, and that's when basically a judge has ordered a final removal of someone who's in the country illegally. Ordering them to be arrested and removed is a far cry, or at least a big difference, from ordering them or giving the officers access to the person's home. And that appears to be the contrast between...
Yeah, I appreciate how she's suggesting that the fact that they wrote it in a memo means that the judge has permitted it. Like, what was her language there?
has ordered they needed a judicial warrant giving them that authority to enter the home specifically. Now they can use something that's more of an administrative warrant.
No, they can't. No, they can't. The law hasn't changed. No, they can't. The law hasn't changed.
It's called an I-205, and that's when basically a judge has ordered a final removal of someone who's in the country illegally. Ordering them to be arrested and removed is a far cry, or at least a big difference, from ordering them or giving the officers access to the person's home. And that appears to be the contrast between...
Also, she's lying when she says that these administrative warrants are written by a judge. They're not.
Basically, a judge has ordered an administrative warrant. It's called an I-205, and that's when basically a judge has ordered a final...
No, it isn't. An I-205 is issued by a fucking immigration officer, not a judge. It doesn't change the law, and it's not a fucking judge. That's the whole point. That's the reason why they're saying we can use administrative warrants, because they're trying to get around the judge. Dude!
Removal of someone who's in the country illegally. Ordering them to be arrested and removed is a far cry, or at least a big difference, from ordering them or giving the officers access to the person's home. And that appears to be the contrast between this sort of former policy and this new policy. This memo was dated...
No, it's not... Which news network is this? NBC, which is owned by Comcast. All of the news agencies are owned by oligarchs. It doesn't matter whether they're MS Now, NBC, CBS, or whatever else.
Back in May, and these whistleblowers working through a group called Whistleblower Aid said that it's basically what's been used to train a lot of new hires who are coming into cities like Minneapolis, and we're talking about the other cities across the country now where we're seeing operations kick up, especially in Maine, just in the last 24 hours. Basically, the way our legal analysts put it, this has been technically legal to use this warrant to enter a home, but it's been...
I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Vosh, she's saying a judge has made a separate definition. No. For one, an administrative warrant does not give you legal permission to enter a home. You need a judicial warrant to do that. And for two, the I-205 administrative warrant is not... the judge doesn't run that by. Look, you can literally find, this is all it takes, according to ICE, this is all it takes to overwrite the fucking Fourth Amendment. Look at those big old signature lines. How many words in this, huh? Me when I have a 100-word essay due tomorrow. Fuck! This is it. Your constitutional right to the Fourth Amendment? Fucking... You know, that you need a judge to sign off on it. You need probable cause. Nope. This is all it takes. Some fucking retard working for ICE to sign off on this. Oh, what's it say down here? Signature of immigration officer. Title of immigration officer. Signature of alien being fingerprinted. Signature and title of immigration officer taking print. Signature and title of immigration officer. It's the new law. The new law says they just need, it's basically the same. A judge and like a random ICE officer, you know? Little post-it note, yeah.
Hotly contested, with critics saying it essentially collides with Fourth Amendment's freedoms in this country that protect all of us from unreasonable search and seizure. Really quickly, I want to pull up...
Yes, it does. No probable cause. An ICE officer can just like fucking scribble in crayon over a document, and then that's it? No, it does. It's fucking factually unconstitutional.
DHS statement, because they've already replied to the release of this memo, saying, quote, their words, illegal alien who DHS serves administrative warrants, I-205s, have had full due process and a final order of removal from a judge. They go on to say the officers using these warrants have also found probable cause, and that for decades the Supreme Court has basically upheld this. And Hallie, again, that's kind of the way we're phrasing this, according to our analysts.
Obviously, never trust a lie. But also, recognizing the propriety of administrative warrants does not mean you can use it to break into a house.
And
that's it.
That's kind of the way we're phrasing this, according to our analysts here. It's technically legal, but hotly contested.
No, it's fucking not, dude. It's not. The existence of administrative warrants does not mean that they override your Fourth Amendment protections. Per ACLU, to enter and search your house or non-public areas of a business like a restaurant kitchen, ICE needs a valid judicial warrant issued by a court and signed by a judge. If ICE agents show you administrative warrant, you don't have to let them in. It's just illegal. It's just illegal.
And I just want to throw out, if we can bring up the video, speaking to how
But countless regular Americans watch this fucking corpo media slop getting pumped down their throats, and they think, oh, I thought it worked differently, but I guess, okay. I guess you just need an administrative warrant. Okay.
The outrage here is kind of still so palpable in Minneapolis. We've had just crazy clashes and protests today. Tear gas deployed, residents surrounding ICE agents and Border Patrol agents here on the ground. And take it from me, this city, which we've been in for weeks now, is hanging on every single headline that comes out tied to this story. So this only stands, Hallie, to likely fuel that outrage.
And to your point, Maggie, potentially some legal fights to come on that front. Before we let you go, we also mentioned, as you talk about some of the escalations and the interactions here, this interaction between what sounds like ICE officers and an off-duty local police officer?
Yes, that's true. So basically, in our control room, tell me if we have this sound ready to go. This is a local police chief in a suburban...
Uves, the point of knowing the law isn't so you can, actually, the ICE officer pointing a gun at you. It's so you know the fucking law. What, are you supposed... So when the deep state tells you that it's legal for them to fuck you in the ass, you're supposed to go, oh, well, what am I going to do? Argue with them while there's a gun drawn on me?
Town in just outside Minneapolis, saying that an off-duty ICE officer, an off-duty police officer, a woman of color, was pulled over in her car by ICE officers who didn't know that she was police. And he said this has happened multiple times, but he told this one story in particular. So we want to play his account of what went down. Listen to this.
Yeah, we have an administrative warrant for your asshole. Many such cases. Can't stand this shit, man. Oh, this is the same. Oh. Uves taking more shots than Kirk lately? Okay, you can unban Uves. But only because of Disco Elysium. Yeah. Just got home from a funeral. What's happening? You've arrived at a different funeral. It's for the U.S. Constitution. It's been a long time coming. Ugh. Hold on. ICE memo. Advocating illegal home invasions leaked. Man, it's going to be so great in the future when we're past this and everyone gets to talk about ICE the way they feel in their heart. You know? The way you can talk about, like, historical events. It's not bad because it all happened in the past, you know? Breaking. Minnesota rioter bites Homeland Security investigation officer's finger off. And following are photos. Yep, that sure is a person with his finger bitten off. Shouldn't have put your finger in that guy's mouth. I don't know what you expect, honestly. Yeah, don't stick your fingers where they don't belong. I have no idea. What you're just shoving your finger in some guy's mouth? He reflexively bites? It probably wasn't even deliberate. It was just, you know, it was just reflex. These HSI officers need to be more careful. We're waiting on Kristi Noem to go live in 17 minutes. Do you want to look at something good? What if we looked at something good for a bit? Huh? Will we wait for Kristi Noem? Yesterday, there was an absolutely enormous general strike in Minneapolis. That's pretty cool. It wasn't just Minneapolis, it was all of Minnesota, but obviously Minneapolis is going to be the big one. Like, truly enormous, especially considering the fact that it's not the biggest city, and also it was, yeah, negative 50,000 degrees when it happened, you know? It was an anti-ICE protest, but it was also a general strike. So a lot of people like walked out of their jobs. You know, oh, sorry, boss, no work today. I'm going to go out here and wave my dick around, etc. Great day, great day. Really tough to get people to protest out here in negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit. You know how fucking cold that is? I've never been in negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit. The coldest I've ever been in was like 18, and that was pretty cold. I would not want to be in negative 10. Sheesh. Big old protest. Trump and Miller are laughing at this. No, they're the fuck not, okay? Look, again, I understand pessimism, especially since they just murdered a guy, but I promise you, they are not getting the outcome that they want over here in Minneapolis. What the administration wanted from their ICE raids over here was a quick, overwhelming crackdown where thousands of federal agents stormed the place, did some show arrests. They would get to Aura Farm and do some press conferences about how they arrested some guys who are pedophiles or whatever, and then they would dip. What this has turned into is the administration's version of Iraq or Vietnam, a prolonged, grueling engagement where their troops are demoralized, vastly outnumbered, and every time any news, any attention is brought to this, they hurt. No matter, like, whether or not it makes them look good. Nothing happening right now in Minneapolis makes them look good. Renee Good, that didn't make them look good. But are they getting any cred for the arrests they're getting? Because some of the people they're arresting there are like, you know, rapists or whatever. It's just numbers, right? You go after enough undocumented immigrants, you're going to get some of them who are bad, right? Are they getting anything off of this? Because I haven't seen it. I am not seeing any movement to the right on this needle. You know, I'm not seeing anyone going like, well, you know, in spite of everything, I'm happy they deported that Somali guy or whatever. I'm not seeing any of that shit. It is, and the thing is, they've overcommitted, and as a consequence of their overcommitment, at this point, any departure is going to be viewed as failure. You know? They're gonna, like, it's no matter what they achieve or don't achieve here, when they leave, it'll be celebrated citywide. It is not going to feel good for them. It'll always be viewed as a defeat, especially because so many people there will be protesting and cheering and so on. And keep in mind, this was their like, not even their fifth option, right? They would have loved to have done this in Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, but they couldn't, because those cities are too big for them, too powerful. They had to try for Minneapolis, and they're losing here. I know some of you, and I'm going to do this preemptively, have a juvenile attitude towards this, where, well, how are they losing? You know, they're killing people in the streets. This is the behavior of a desperate and extremely demoralized regime, all right? I promise you that if the people there felt good, if the ICE agents, the DSI, whatever else, if they felt good, if they felt like they were powerful there, they would not be acting like this. Not even a little bit. And they're not really cowing the opposition either. I mean, the people they're murdering are just like people around them. There are still people showing up at all of these. They murdered a guy, and what happened? Did the crowd disperse? Fuck no. They murdered a guy and fled because they knew that everybody from the neighborhood would be down on that spot in 5 minutes. And they were. These are not the signs of like a triumphant, powerful administration exercising its will freely, you know? It's the behavior of desperate, scared animals scurrying from hotspot to hotspot, desperately trying to evade the vastly larger groups of people following them, you know? And what do we do with rabid animals? Who knows? Who knows? This one's a hate post, but it's good anyway.
There's
Look at all them people, huh? I wonder what the total numbers were all across Minnesota. Probably well over 100,000 across the entire state.
Cold, negative 30 degrees here in Minnesota, and all these people are out today.
Minnesota. God, it's cold out there. The Twin Cities together are about 3.2 million people. It's larger than you think. It's not just about the total population in the metropolitan area, though keep in mind that in that case, the Twin Cities are still getting lapped by Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. It's also the political disposition, you know? Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York, on average, are, well, I don't want to... Minneapolis is not like a crazy far-right city or anything like that. It's easy to understand. I think a lot of people recognize this as a softer target than a place like, say, Chicago, you know? Strike around 50,000 as per Reuters. Nice, nice, nice. Very, very good. Very, very good. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine, like, if they were pulling this shit in Chicago? Like, if at this level of, like, organized terror, come to Philly, see what happens? Oh my God. Not a lot of media coverage about it, by the way. You can blame the deep state for that. Seriously, there was not much media coverage about it. What do you get from CBS? Israel News. 1 minute, 30 seconds from this one.
All right, we're taking a live look out at ICE, at the ICE out of Minnesota Truth and Freedom March. This comes amid high tensions between federal agents and Minnesota neighbors after the killing of Renee Good and the detainment of a 5-year-old boy. I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Lana Zach, who's joining us live from Minneapolis. Lana, what are we seeing in the city right now? I know it's very cold there as well.
Absolutely, Liz. You know, weather is a big story right now, and with temperatures at -8 and a low of -20, and that's not even the feel-like temperature. It is really a remarkable example of how people are feeling here in the Twin Cities, that thousands came out today and braved the cold, marching through the street to Target Center, and that is where they are currently located for this event, this protest against ICE agents. It's going to last about an hour. We're going to hear what speakers have to say, and watching all of that intently, especially as the schism between the federal government and the state and local government just continues to widen.
The NBC nightly news segment had more time, spent time talking to Greg Bovino than they did covering the protest. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, I don't want to overshoot my shot here with analysis. I don't want to like overcommit to a position, but stuff like this, the kind of like decay and collapse of the federal government, of Congress, along with like very organized local resistance. The fact that the world paid attention to Mamdani, even though he's a municipal leader, I wonder if this plays into the idea that cities tend to outlast countries, right? Like if you look at basically like everywhere on Earth, you know, the big cities have been around for ages. They change hands all the time. Countries change, borders, territories, empires, but cities are ancient, you know? The big ones, I mean, they go back thousands. Yeah, I mean, New York City's older than America. Yeah, New Amsterdam, right? I don't know. It does make me wonder a little bit if we're reverting to more like localized world politically, not economically necessarily, but if people become increasingly disillusioned with the effectiveness of the nation over time, because all nations end up getting captured by these neoliberal do-nothings. In what sense? I guess it's like, it feels like nothing bold can be done on a national level because all of any institution large enough, like to meet the needs of a nation, gets captured by economic incentives that end up strangling it. They get caught in too many webs, right? Like America, not just America, right? Britain, Germany, France, nationally, they have trouble moving huge amounts of wealth and power around, even though you'd think they'd be able to. They can do it, but it's always for like police and military and stuff, you know, down existing channels. Nobody's making bold moves like FDR did 100 years ago, and not 100, 80 years ago. And I think part of that is because, you know, these budgets get tied up. Everyone's got like their fingers in the pie. Everyone has these expectations as to how this money's going to be used. There are so many special interest groups. But that stuff fades away a little bit on the local level. It's possible, not likely, but possible on the local level to just have a simple surplus of wealth and then you use it to do something big. Look at right now, Mamdani, within weeks of getting inaugurated, secured free daycare for New Yorkers. He's already done a bunch of pretty transformative stuff. It took him no time at all. And I don't just think that's because he specifically is very charismatic and effective. He is, but whatever, right? I think it's also because at a local level, you have a more direct democracy. People are immediately responsive to what you're doing. They feel, you know, what the effects of your policy. There's a more direct connection. You're right. It's not as abstracted. It was like that for thousands of years. For the vast majority of human history, people were concerned with local politics. If something was happening in your life, it was almost certainly at a city level. The city or village that you lived in, that was it. Like your engagements with the Lord or the king were far, far, far less common, you know, very far between, you know. Very abstract, right? But your local constable or your mayor or whatever government you're in, you know, local government mattered a lot. The city matters. People will become increasingly disillusioned with national democracy because how could you ever have a democracy that represents so many people when their hands are so tied, right? Like, what is the federal government doing? What can they do? They keep they keep the lights on. They're like a big regulatory agency. But what do they actively do? What active steps do they take? You know? I don't know. It just makes me think if there's more of a disconnect between the city and the state in the long run, maybe things go that way. I don't know. I don't really have like a clean answer to this. I'm just kind of talking. Municipal governments have a lot more unilateral power in their jurisdictions too, or at least they should. Anyway, yeah. Lone Cat, I think you're engaging with my words at a very low level. I think that your divine light has been severed. Christy Nome should be speaking soon. Not that we don't all know what she's going to fucking say. Do we have to? Yeah, I'm afraid so. I guess while we have a moment to wait, I'm going to do the thing that I, under normal circumstances, would have done as soon as the stream started. Isn't it so nice? It's a wool motorcycle sweater jacket from Day in 1920. They've been making the same patterns out of Portland for the past 80 years. Look, I really like this thing. It's super, super warm and comfy. And I love the big dramatic collar. I love the big zippers. Is the jacket corduroy? No, it's a sweater. It's a wool sweater. So it's, you know, it's like really dense, thickly knit. And it's lined. It's lined on the inside. See? Who's the zipper by? Actual hardware? Just says 10S4 on it. I don't know. I don't know what that corresponds to. You look like an 80s biker hooligan. I'll take that. Thank you. How much was that? I don't want to talk about it. It means 10 slaves for making this? No! They make all their stuff in Portland. Now let me unzip this. Guess I can't afford it then. If you really want to chastise me for my recent expenses, I was hosting my brother and his girlfriend, you know, checking out Seattle, and they were gunning me up while I was in Glasswing, and I bought my very first Capital piece. It was on sale, but still, and it is delightful. I am very, very happy with it. I would show it off if it wasn't for the whole, like, you know, Death Day thing. Will consistent violent clashes between police and ICE be imminent at this point? 18-year-old, just to let you know, the reason you were muted for an hour was because you were asking really, really irritating, unanswerable questions before. In fact, that's all you do. Every single one of your messages begins with a direct appeal to me and my attention. So please stop. Forgive the child. You would be held in a adult's criminal court. Stop asking me questions. She's late again. What the fuck, dude? Minnesota-born defense secretary Hegseth says ICE is greater than Minnesota. From Hegseth on Twitter. Thank God for the patriots who work for ICE. We have your back 100%. Shame on the leadership of Minnesota and the lunatics of the street. ICE greater than Minnesota. How on the nose can you be, dude? Holy shit. He's literally throwing his home state on the bus. It's not just that. If you're not American, you might not understand. But the rhetoric around the assumption of supremacy of the federal government, let alone a specific federal agency over a state, is like really taboo. The federal government is a bureaucracy that encompasses all, but the states are where people live. The idea of like this federal agency is better than this state, it's unthinkable. Nobody would have said that. It's like, genuinely, it's insane. Spiritually Russian rhetoric. It's very like colonial, but to your own people, you know? Like, if you attack the federal government, you are always attacking an abstract political entity. But if you attack a state, you're not attacking a abstract local entity, you're attacking people, essentially. It's just a standard. It's just a rhetorical separation that has always been implicit in the way we talk about states. Who is this meant to appeal to? I don't fucking know. It's an insane thing to say. What do you like? This state should bow to the supremacy of the federal police. What are you accomplishing? Yeah, the demons in your head. Like, so much of the messaging from this administration is designed to appeal only to the neo-Nazis in the admin and the worst Republicans. Not even the average Republican, the worst Republicans. I think this is a very desperate attempt to boost ICE morale. Yeah. I don't think it's going to do anything. I mean, it's just very weak, you know? Just weakly gesturing at something unthinkable. Christy. Come on. Win in the midterm elections again. Not to be like a sourpuss or anything, but right now I'm not entirely confident the Democrats holding the House and the Senate would even make much of a difference. Because at the end of the day, the position from the president is that he doesn't need Congress to do whatever he wants, and the Supreme Court keeps like reaffirming that whenever they get the chance. So, you know, the only thing that the Democrats could really do from Congress is grow a spine and start exercising their power, and they won't. I'm so angry right now. I'm mostly just interested in seeing if she makes any effort whatsoever to moderate her language now that like you don't really have the mitigating circumstance of a car moving. All you have is that he had a gun on him, which is it's what they're going to use. I wonder if they've learned anything from Renee Good. All Renee Good's murder has done, apart from end the life of an innocent woman, all her murder has done has made things harder for the Trump administration. More anger against them, less morale for them. It has not in any way advanced their power. So have you learned from this? Are you going to try to like play it safe here? I get all this is bad press for the admin, but how will it actually stop them from making people's lives worse? Because everything that we want to happen to the administration can only happen if they are overwhelmingly unpopular. The overwhelming unpopularity is just a first step in, well, not the first step, but it's a preceding step to anything you would want to happen against them. From the Democrats growing a spine to a mass uprising, whatever version of this you want to play out, overwhelming unpopularity of the Trump administration is the way you get that, you know? So I'm in support of their unpopularity as like a first step. I acknowledge that on its own it is insufficient. And I was giving Tim Walz shit about that earlier, you know? Directly to his face. He heard me, which is why he looks like that, like a fucking pug. Where he's like, yeah, you know, you have to just go and film them, protest peacefully. Okay, so what happens if they're just murdering you? You know, what happens if you're protesting peacefully and filming them and they just keep killing you? And then of course, he doesn't have an answer to this. I do. And I'm keeping it a secret. It's a secret answer that will help us later. Is Tim worried Trump will trigger the Insurrection Act? Sure, but the Insurrection Act would not do much to change things for the administration. Oh, I missed this one because I was relaxing yesterday. ICE has detained a 2-year-old girl in Minneapolis despite a judge ordering the baby's release. Phenomenal. I missed that. Sorry, I was busy yesterday. Excellent, excellent. Very good. Very good. Please don't tell me that was real. No, it's real. God only knows what they're doing to her. Oh, she's been returned. The day after. Minnesota toddler taken into ICE custody with father and flown to Texas is returned to mother next day, lawyer says. Okay. The child's transfer to Texas took place despite a court order requiring her immediate release, according to the affidavit filed by the family attorney. The toddler's father remains in custody. Sheesh. Keep in mind, we wouldn't even know about stuff like this if it wasn't for the fact that protesters are following ICE around, you know? Haven't heard from Kash Patel in a while. I did. I heard, did you guys read that MI5, the report from the MI5 agent after the Five Eyes conference that Kash Patel attended? A meeting of all the top intelligence agencies from the Western powers, and Kash Patel was like, this is fucking boring. I want to go jet skiing or whatever. I want to go fucking snowboarding. And basically, Kash Patel was so like influencer podcast celebrity brain that he like blew up the whole thing. He just said openly he doesn't read. Like, not as a bit. He was given information by another member of the Five Eyes Intelligence Collaboration Network, and he responded to it with, oh yeah, I don't read those. Thank fucking God he is the head of the FBI. I mean it genuinely. For all the incompetence and corruption and so on that we have to deal with, this guy's corrupt aspirations legitimately seem to begin and end with him being a retarded, like, influencer, you know, see his girlfriend shows, fly around, whatever. This guy is utterly incapable of enforcing the will of the administration. Thank God for that. Fuck, that fucking, that report where after Charlie Kirk was killed, he was like, to everyone, he was like, okay, first priority, we need to talk brand management, okay? I'm going to tweet this, and then you're going to tweet this. Like, his opening response to Charlie Kirk's assassination was, here's how we're going to handle this PR-wise. And it is harm reduction. I would much rather the federal government's time and money be wasted on that than literally anything else a Trump FBI could do. God, look at the brave people of Minnesota. Protesters at scene as ICE detained father with child. Video from the incident, which took place just after 1 p.m., shows people surrounding armed and masked federal agents in what appears to be a federal vehicle. One man was heard yelling they were carrying a child in that. Some of the people at the scene started backing away as federal agents deployed what seemed to be a chemical agent. As federal agents drove away, protesters continued to yell at them. "Help him," one person yelled. Roughly 120 people surrounded the agents, blocking them in and preventing exit during the arrest, DHS said. Now, DHS lies, of course, so it was probably fewer people, but thank God for these. Otherwise, like, dude, unironically, like, the DHS has probably already disappeared children to, like, rape or whatever. There's no evil act you can accuse them of that is not on some level true, right? We know they're disappearing people, like actually disappearing people. You should always assume the worst. The fact that they're being hyper surveilled by all those civilians in Minnesota is probably the only reason they haven't gotten away with doing it 3 times as much. Have you seen the clip of the ICE agents who killed Alex Pretty looking for the gun after the fact? You mean the one where they were desperately looking for the gun so they could pin the murder on him, or the one where one of them told the protesters nearby boo-hoo after killing him? Or was it the one where one of the agents was seen like clapping and doing a little cheer after they murdered the witness? Which of all videos that we only have access to thanks to the fine protesters in Minneapolis, by the way. One woman reported an ICE prison guard would only let her see her daughter if she had sex with him. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, why not? Like the fucking like Pinochet had like dog rape prisons. You know, why wouldn't we assume these people are doing this? %100% something they would do. I'm pleased to inform everyone that Kristi Noem is dead, apparently. Jacob Frey?
We are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well as the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired. And this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, Border Control, and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time, and there is an incredible group of leaders in senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful. Let's keep it that way. Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry. I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, our hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you.
Not deeply enough to like do anything about it, though.
435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update.
Wasn't his rhetoric initially more based? You think he had a talking to? Yeah, he said, ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. But obviously, like, to Democrats, words are just a tool that you use to achieve elections so that you can go back to being the pencil-pushing bureaucrat that you were born to be. So it doesn't reflect in any way his feelings or sincerity or whatever. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter.
On the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile and emotional situation, and our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order in this city. The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way. After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity. Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires. The number one priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community. And so,
but heaven forbid we go after and arrest the people who are murdering others and committing crimes. You know, like, we want to protect you, but obviously we can't protect you against the Nazi thugs that have invaded our city streets.
Given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible. And the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted at the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that.
Loss of life, tragedy, like a natural disaster, you know? Like a guy having a heart attack. Just happens.
And we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again,
the pressure, the hurt, this causes. It almost makes you forget who did what. It almost makes you forget that the thing that happened was 7 ICE agents beating a man on the ground, pistol whipping him with his own gun, and then shooting him 10 times in the head while he laid there unarmed and defenseless, and then walked off laughing about it, you know?
If you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully, and understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates as needed. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief.
for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward.
Noam is back. We're doing this now.
We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments, this is completely out of whack, completely
it's out of whack. It's out of whack.
Out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. 1, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Preddy.
Very tactful of her to try this voice, you know, the like wavery, teary voice.
A 37-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. This city has been under siege. And I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending violent offenders.
Pretending this was ever about that is apologia for the regime. So like if Gestapo made their way to your neighborhood and local like relative like SPD leaders were like, this has gone way beyond the initial stated intent of excising jewelry from our school districts. You're just killing people, you know? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's not what this is about anymore when you have 3,000 agents overwhelming sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday. All those peaceful people.
No, it's Jesus Christ. Like the only thing that matters to them is that it was peaceful. Complicity and quiet is all they ask of you.
And then we wake up this morning to this horror.
Just lie down and die.
As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days. And
over and over and over and over and over again. The problem with ICE is that they're not well trained enough. We need to give them more money so they can be trained well. Yeah.
These are the results.
I wonder if she's going to be one of the Senate Democrats to vote for the ICE appropriations bill. The ICE funding, the $19 billion additional dollars.
We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation. We have done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct the investigation into these killings.
They need to? What are you going to do if they don't?
And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here, because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers, and they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were
a Hmong elder. What a fucking What a fucking consultancy-driven phrase. You think the average American knows about the specific sub-ethnic Vietnamese, right? Group you're referring to? This shit, this was, all of this is, all this teary bullshit. 5 minutes ago, she was talking with a bunch of fucking DC suits about the exact rhetoric and style. Laotian, thank you, Laos, thank you. Style she was going to use. Why else would she speak this way?
Looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back. But none of this should be happening.
No NRA statement yet that I'm aware of.
So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us because we have warned this administration. I have personally warned them.
Warned this administration as though this wasn't the intended outcome. Oh, we invite Republicans. What a novel effort, you know? A call for bipartisanship. This time, surely it'll work.
That there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen. And clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours.
Oh my fucking
This has got to
God.
stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a VA nurse. Eyewitness video shows once again reckless, violent, and dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesotan. And rather than following standard law enforcement practice, which is focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist.
Wow.
He was a nurse. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family and to his friends. And all Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our city. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too. So we gather here to say, first, I want to say to the President, you must stop Operation Metro Surge immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe. Second,
what if he doesn't?
It is essential that
or what? Yeah, or what? Or what?
Trusted, impartial state investigators at the BCA are allowed to fully investigate what happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing and at the federal invasion of our cities peacefully and with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us.
The love? Fuck, I genuinely, like, I hope you all know that every thought you think I have about the people in the Trump administration, I have them twice over for these people. The love? Lady, that was a hate rally. Hate is good when the thing you hate is bad. It's good to hate Nazis. It's good to hate evil. Love? They hate ICE. Minneapolis is being united in their hatred of ICE.
Showed up in support of our community. And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress, they must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it.
Wow.
And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize Americans. That is
just so long as they okay, so you back off Minneapolis, then the ICE funding's back on. Even in their in their suggestions as to what the regime should do to accommodate their polite requests, they're like, don't worry. It won't be for long.
What Senator Klobuchar and I will be working on in the United States Senate. And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law enforcement and fire departments, not only here in Minneapolis, but all across the state that have been doing everything that they could, everything that you can to keep our cities safe. I once worked in City Hall, and I know what it's like, and I am so grateful for their relentless work to keep our communities safe. Representative McCollum.
Well, we have a saying in Congress that we agree and reflect in our remarks those that have spoken before us. So I'm going to take a slightly different tact. You know, today, this morning, Saturday, we lost another life, and it didn't have to be that way. To all the protesters who have been out there peacefully protesting.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. Holy shit. I can't do this shit. I really, really, really can't.
Who have been harmed and injured. It shouldn't be happening to you either. But I want to take a second, as Senator Smith was, just to reflect on the community. St. Paul stands with you, Minneapolis. The East and West Metro, we're united, as well as all Minnesotans. My phones have been ringing off the hook from frustrated members of communities that are asking me to talk to their Republican members of Congress to do something about the escalation of chaos and violence that has been caused by the presence of the Department of Homeland Security. Representative Morrison and I, along with Representative Omar and Craig, had an opportunity to show with our votes on the House floor just this week how disappointed we are that the president refuses to listen. Oh, well, we're more than disappointed. We are outraged. Part of the bill that was on the floor was to provide more body cameras for ICE. Well, they have them already in the thousands, and they refuse to wear them. So, Secretary Noem, have your officers suit up and put on their body cameras.
Is this all there is to life? Is this reality? Sometimes I feel like the past 2 years especially have been some kind of sick Black Mirror-esque mind trick to subject me to stimuli in an effort to turn me into the world's most insufferable Maoist. You know? I'm gonna, like, I'm trying to hold on to my sanity here, but, like, I feel like stuff like this really makes you think he must have been cooking, right? 40 million people die. Also kill all the sparrows. You're making pig iron. You can't eat? I don't fucking care. That's almost a rational response to a world like this. Like, you really start to sympathize. Gotta fix the problem somehow. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, man. Holy shit. I 100% get you. This shit damn near makes me a tanky. Are they this out of touch, or are they blunting out of fear? We might never fully know. You know? We might never fully know. We might never understand, like, the composition of values and beliefs and incentives that that drive them to this. It's truly baffling, you know, on every level. And it's so much more baffling than the Republicans, isn't it? Because we understand them. We know they want death. Okay. They sure do get it. We know what they want, and they act in the ways that They have a visible and evident set of biases and goals that they work to achieve. This is beyond me. I mean, we know what it is, right? It's the deep state. I've been using that term a lot lately, but unfortunately, it's the problem is that it's that kind of populist shorthand attracts low IQ people who want to say, well, it's like the Illuminati or the Freemasons or the Jews. And obviously, these have always been like very stupid gestures at an underlying truth. The underlying truth being that obviously corporate interests control our government. You know, corporate interests, MIC, whatever you want. Like, we know, obviously, it's literally the only explanation for why things play out the way they do. You know? So, I mean, like, what specific prompts are they getting to make them like this? Honestly, I don't fucking know. I have no idea. Just put that in big block quotes and put it on the skyscrapers, man. From a Democrat, from the, what is it, mayor of St. Paul? So, Kristi Noem, get your officers to suit up and put on those body cameras. I don't know. All right. I need to be done here. Let's go watch Kristi Noem. At least with her, we know why she's doing what she does. Dems can't meaningfully oppose ICE? Yeah. No, they can't. All right.
When federal
Hello, Kristi.
So much of it.
Don't let her rage bait you, lads.
Which will signal 50. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. There are two different things that I'd like to discuss with you tonight. The first one being a storm that is barreling down on our country and will be impacting approximately 250 million Americans in 40 different states. We've been working together here at the FEMA headquarters and have opened our National Response Coordination Center and are working with local and state authorities to make sure that we're getting individuals and communities pre-deployed resources that they may need and also preparing them for the upcoming days, which will significantly impact them and their citizens. The Trump administration and FEMA are working closely with them to get them information, to get them resources, and to help them be prepared and well equipped for the road ahead as we go through this next week. But before I take any questions and give more details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had two...
They are trying to moderate their language. After Renee Good, she immediately went out from her home on a Texas military base to gloat about it. And then in the follow-up press conference, she was very emphatic with her language. Domestic terrorism, yada, yada. This time the language is a bit more restrained. They might have realized.
Magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual
had no ID? Holy fucking shit, dog. Man, American libertarianism is so dead. Oh my fucking god. The guy we murdered on the street didn't have any papers for us to examine after. We've been making fun of England for this for ages, but here we are.
Arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct and to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects, and a rampant assault began, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers.
They 100% had a talk before this. This is actually more scaled back than I expected it to be. They realized that their response to Renee Good, like, fucking massively blew up the aggression towards them afterwards. Now they have to... This is less satisfying for them, though. I wonder if there will be consequences for this kind of rhetoric from the more far-right base, where there are going to be people being like, what the fuck, Kristi Noem, why aren't you calling him like a pedophile illegal Somali or something, you know? Like, what? They want more blood, why aren't you gloating about death more?
I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy. He's refused to turn over murderers to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different...
She's shifting focus away from the victim. Yeah, it seems like she wants to talk about anything but, to be honest. She moved away from that pretty quickly.
Result.
Hold on.
Because of the issue that this city has been corrupt for years with what as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's and other impacts have already started to impact the Midwest around immediately.
That's interesting. It's like a totally new strategy. With Renee Good, they were like, oh, yeah, finally, we got some blood meats back on the menu, boys. Gloat, 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 gloat. We killed you. We fucking killed you. We killed you. We killed you. We killed you. But now it's like, yes, just another happening, another consequence of the Democrats resisting our invasion of the Twin Cities. Anything else? You know?
To make sure that states have the resources from the federal government that they've requested. I have spoken several times on conference calls, but also called personally governors and local leaders to facilitate the partnership that we need to help keep this federal response streamlined with their state responses. The Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, CISA, our cybersecurity team, focused on the electrical grid and our critical infrastructure, the Coast Guard and our other federal participation into this shooting. Possible to get the power on, especially in light of the cold temperatures that we see coming for days on end. We just asked that.
Could it be because this time it was an armed cishet white guy like most of their base? It is true that they hate white women more than literally any other group of people. So there might be less to appeal to.
Everyone would be smart, stay home if possible, take care of your family members, check on your neighbors, and continue to work with your local officials to get through this difficult storm. And we will continue to pray for God to bless this great country and all of the families and the public servants who get up and work to keep people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Yes. Is DHS leading the investigation into this shooting? And if so, will there be a criminal investigation? And also, will we see body camera released from the officers involved?
We are conducting this investigation just like we do all other officer-involved shootings, and we'll continue to do that. So that is unfolding, and we'll give you more details as those are released.
Thank you so much for doing this, and would welcome also any other guidance from Chief Scott. Did the 37-year-old who had a license to carry, did he brandish a gun? And at what point did law enforcement retrieve the gun and also the magazines from him? Can you offer clarity on
this
where
individual
those were found?
showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers. They responded according to their training and took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him. And I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. This is a violent riot.
I think you should keep with that rhetoric. You know, you should stick to that one. That one's gonna run well. Man, I'm really interested in seeing how this one plays out. It seems like this is much more indefensible than Renee Good. To be clear, morally, they're both equally indefensible. I just mean in terms of optics, right? Like what you can get away with. So she's moderated her language. She doubling down on the anti-Second Amendment stuff, which I guess we'll see. It'd be kind of interesting if some of the more principled pro-gun organizations stood against this. Like that one time, remember the White House suggested they wanted to make a database to keep trans people from getting guns, and the NRA responded saying, nah, we think they should get guns too. I know, principled is kind of a soft line with these people, but you get what I mean.
When you have someone showing up with weapons and are using them to assault law enforcement officers.
Because video appears to show he's disarmed before shots are fired. So I just want clarity on that. And beyond that, I just want to follow up and ask who within the federal government is leading the criminal investigation, understanding that CBP OPR has opened up an internal investigation. And beyond that, why did federal agents tell Minneapolis Police Department to leave the scene?
We're continuing to follow the exact same protocols that we always have. And so this investigation is ongoing. We're continuing.
God, she's talking like a Democrat at a press conference.
To gather the facts as they unfold throughout that, and we'll do it just like we did under the entire Trump administration and previous administrations. Nothing has changed, and we'll continue to release details as we have them. But I want you to not distract away from the facts of this situation. Our law enforcement officers were there doing a targeted operation against an individual who was in this country illegally and had a criminal conviction for domestic assault with intent to do bodily harm and other convictions as well. This individual went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon on him and dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict harm on these officers, brandishing like that and impeding their work that they were doing. We'll continue to allow.
She's not even using the domestic terrorist line, you know? Like if she really thought, like as the DHS claimed, he brought a firearm to impede law enforcement, like that would make a pretty easy. That would make it a pretty easy designation for them to brandish here, you know?
That is a different incident that happened at the same situation after the tragedy unfolded. But yes, that's the kind of assaults and violence that our law enforcement officers are facing out in the streets and that the local leaders are encouraging. Remember what Mayor Fry has said. That he wanted ICE out of the city. We have been working and had a presence in that city for years. We are there to enforce the law and to make sure that the public is safe. Just since we have been there, we have arrested thousands of individuals that have criminal convictions and are in this country illegally and gotten them off the streets of Minneapolis. The two things that we've asked the mayor and the governor for is that they would partner with us, and before they let somebody dangerous out of their jails, that they would let us know so we can deport deport them out of our country. I do not know why they continue to choose the side of lawbreakers, criminals, murderers, and rapists over the citizens of Minneapolis. And this situation that we have today is a tragedy that we don't have to have. We have it because we have a mayor and a governor who encourage this violence and encourage this type of rioting. And remember, these are the individuals that were in charge when Minneapolis burned in 2020. They facilitated it, they encouraged it, and they saw the destruction, and we all watched the destruction of that city back then. It doesn't have to happen again. It appears that they're following the same playbook, and the reason that they're doing it is to distract from the corruption that they have facilitated in fraud and theft from the American taxpayers. Tens of billions of dollars they have been funneled into criminal pockets and stolen from vulnerable people that needed these programs to take care of their children, to go out and provide services to individuals that were developmentally disabled, people that needed programs that the federal government has to take care of those that are less fortunate and need it. And instead, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey allowed that kind of theft to continue. And now about Minnesota, Minneapolis, what happened here, the theft over the last many years that these leaders have facilitated alongside of us so we could do targeting. So the narrative.
Does anyone have a question on the storm? We are at FEMA headquarters.
On the storm. Okay, gotcha. She doesn't want to talk about this at all. All right. A little bit less bombastic than you might expect, given how she reacted to Renee Good. But I think this is evidence that the pressure is mounting on them in a way that they have to respond to. This administration has been basically like allergic to good optics. They have over and over and over again done stuff that hurt their bottom line because they were trying to appeal to the worst people in their coalition. The fact that she's actually dialing it back here tells me that they know they hurt from Renee Good. You know? I know it's not the... I was about to say, I know it's not what you guys want, but I know we all know what we want. We're a little while from that. I know it's not... We're a while from feeling satisfied over any kind of outcome in Minneapolis. The fact that they're feeling the pressure is a good thing, even if it's not very cathartic in the moment. Does that make sense? I think it's important to understand that. What we want is for her to have some kind of downfall speech where she's screeching over and over again, domestic terrorist, domestic terrorist. And the people, the reporters are like asking her questions that pile on the pressure. But unfortunately, it's not real life. And also reporters would never ask real questions. What are you, a child? Okay. There is so much stuff that we have to cover, but I have to go. I need to read donos. We'll see how it goes. They want to drink the Kool-Aid? Don't we all want to drink the Kool-Aid? Bye, Vosh. Whoa! You all have to sit down and watch me read donos. Who said you could leave? Sheesh. Titan1 and Ink Daedalus and Fabsta, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Lily the Elf, thank you for the super kind $40 dono. Thanks always, Vosh. Thank you. That's super kind of you. Dr. Ego, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the incredibly kind, what is this? 11? Yeah, 11 gifted tier 1 subs, all done while I was offline and on vacation. Thank you very, very, very much. Just tossing them out there. Good Lord. Fixing the white name plague up. SamFan155, thank you for the super kind $25. Dr. Mod, thank you for the $5. Lukash Likata, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Beatdown Saturn, thank you for the $5. Happy 21st birthday. Had my first and last cigarette, American Spirit Orange. I didn't finish it and it sucked. Yeah, smoking's not that fun. There are definitely safer and more fun vices. Zon Dagskin, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's get rid of some white names in these torrid times. Yes. If nothing else, we can do that. H.H. Wilson? H.H., huh? Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Former Ben Shapiro / Jordan Peterson fan here. That's the H.H. In case if you ever wonder you're converting anyone, you are. Keep it up. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, it really does mean a lot to me when I'm reminded of that, you know? In dono form or otherwise. Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Yeah. Extrability, thank you for the 20 bucks. Spoke to the San Antonio Council, City Council, to tell them to refuse to work with and abolish ICE. Nice. Well done. YouTube short of it?
Good evening, City Council.
You have a fucking booming presentation voice. Good Lord. Hell yeah. I can't watch a YouTube short in that right now. But hell yeah. Thank you very much for the work you've done. People really do need to show up and it's like an actor voice. Yeah. Actor? Oh, you are an actor. Okay, that explains it. That'll do it. I can't watch YouTube short right now. Thank you very much for the work you put in. Seriously. Good evening, City Council. Gets your attention. Link the short in chat. Yeah, I can link the short in chat. I'm legally allowed to link the. It's got to play again because YouTube Shorts autoplay. There we go. There we go. Smart Sport 101, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Arj Bald, thank you for the super kind $50 for your new keyboard or whatever else. It'll be a new keyboard. I cannot have the arrow or spacebar keys pressing randomly while I'm streaming, okay? That would be super fucking annoying. The YouTube videos, you know. No. Get us not mechanical? No. Fuck you. Ziva Nevskaya, thank you for the super kind 10 bucks. Why do Dems insist on pretending that the admin isn't constantly lying about everything all the time always? Because pretending that the administration is merely failing to accomplish a goal is the only way they can get around answering the question, essentially, you know, when must we turn to violence? Right? Like they do not want open resistance, so they have to keep pretending that they're one strongly worded letter away from changing the mind of Trump, basically. Very frustrating. Vashashish, thank you for the 25 bucks. Keep the good work, Vash. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'll try my best. Jay Gotcha, thank you for the 5 bucks. Really appreciate that. People are gearing up in Minneapolis. I hope so. Veronica Tash, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Will you denounce any Democrat voting for ICE funding as giving material support for terrorism? Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know how much my denunciations count for, but if you're voting for ICE funding, you're pretty fucking dead to me. I mean, I don't know what... That's like a really easy line to not trip up on, you know? Teletech and Jexil, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Hope things are good down there in Dallas. You're not completely, you know, iced out in the winter storm, which we'll talk about more next stream. St. Jimmy, thank you. Everyone knows your name. Thank you for the 10 bucks. I can't imagine close ones of Alex and Renee watching these addresses of people who are supposed to protect them, offering nothing but empty sympathies. Pathetic. Yeah, I'd be fucking furious if I was a friend or a relative of them, you know? When will next stream be? Tomorrow. At the same time. Pumpernickel and Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5 both. Ugmo85, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Jenkins Donut, thank you for the super kind 20 bucks. It may be cold outside, but it sure feels like spring's about to come for you guys. Ice has got him out yesterday. Yeah, we'll see. Unfortunately, I think we're a while off from anything on that front. A while off. Talarico and Crockett had a debate today. Yes, and I will go over that tomorrow, probably, I imagine. Pumpernickel, thank you for the super kind tier 4 sub. Here we are once again. Happy to be here. Thank you very, very much. Super, super kind of you. And Apes in the Plan. I love Apes in the Plan. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Thank you. Really appreciate that. AK 4'7". Thank you for the insanely kind $50 donation. It's so hard to stay hopeful for the future in times like this. I have faith in God and the patriots who stand up to these tyrants. Fascism is unsustainable. If you want to have faith in anything, okay, have faith in historical materialism. As you say, fascism is unsustainable. The conditions to which we are being subjected now literally are not, like, we're watching a very slow motion topple. This cannot persist. It's possible that the next stable world form that we arrive at will not be better than the previous one. Like, it is very, very possible that things might stabilize in a much, much worse position than they existed in before. But what we're seeing right now is unstable. It's a transitory period, you know? History catches up with anything, every regime. Yes. Now, how far back do I have to go in Super Chats to see what I need to see? Oh, I should say, by the way, because I've been doing a really bad job of promoting it, but to anyone watching via YouTube chat, what you see on screen right here is my site chat on vosh.gg, which I maintain a separate site for, not only because it makes things cleaner when it comes to moderation. YouTube's moderation fucking sucks. Do you know how difficult it is to unban somebody on YouTube, by the way? You actually have to go into your YouTube creator settings, the community tab, and then you find them from a list of every banned account on your stream. Every single one. You have to go through the whole thing. And it's this like bloated, there's a tiny little window that you see it in, and you're scrolling through the full names, and they're not alphabetized. It's like a random order. So basically, no search function. I mean, you can hope to Control F, but it doesn't. It doesn't reliably capture everything. I don't think it loads the full number until you scroll down further. It's actually like really, really bad. Like the reason I maintain my own site isn't just because I don't want the YouTube getting the cut from the donos. Like it actually is really annoying. Whereas on here, of course, you know, it's much easier to do this. So yeah, if you want to join the site, then please do. I think it's nice here, in my opinion, you know. Okay, let me here we go. Ryan Gutierrez, thank you for the $2. Super Duper Vision and Mr. Gregory Chant, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that. Still Alive, thank you for the very kind $20. Do you still have your stance that adults still living at home with their parents should be okay? What do you mean by should be okay? It's certainly a financially prudent decision. I asked about it on a subreddit because I'm 42 and still live with them. 42 is definitely, like, most people would consider that pretty old to be living with your parents. But it's also like a vibe thing, I think, because in America, the perception of, like, being old and living, not old, you're not, like, old at 42, you know what I mean, older than average, and living with your parents is like, oh, they live in the basement. Whereas I think if you went to like Brazil or whatever, and you had an adult who lived with their parents, you would instead think of it as the parents depending on the son, right? Like in America, what you would think is, oh my God, the son never left the basement. But in Brazil or whatever, you would think, oh, how nice. He let his parents move in with him, you know, to support them. So I think it's a lot of it is a perception thing. I don't really, you know, who's paying the bills, whatever. Do what you need to, okay? $8-Bit Kiroo and Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Prairie Fire, Milemura, and Eat Pussy Crew, thank you for the $2 and 2 Australian both. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Another Name and P-Town Spaz, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Noam announces ice withdrawal due to Vosh being on time, if only. And I was on time, thank you. Victorious Gardenosaurus, still alive and old schoolist, thank you for the $5 all. If there aren't live stream show trials after all this, I'll actually become the Joker. Yeah, we're so far from that, and it's like so obvious. It's so obvious that that's the morally correct thing to do, and the legally correct thing to do, by the way. Keep in mind, ICE is breaking the law. Like the position from Democrats who say that ICE should continue to exist, even in a different form, they're essentially saying all of these people who broke the law and terrorized civilians needlessly, they should all get off scot-free. It is a radical position. Ethan H., Alex D., and Corman, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. My young cousin is within a block of where this was. She's been involved in the protests, hoping for her safety. Thanks for coverage as always. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Pardon my you know, easily charmed heart. I see people, I mentioned the site chat, then I see people with the new chatter badge. Hello, Delian Hart. Hello, Fizzy Green. Hello, Tactical Kiwi. Hello, Toad Bigsley. It's you know, I like the community. It's a community. It is. It's an online community, which is more stinky than a real life community, but it's a community, you know. I wish I could tell you guys about the time that I spent away from stream. I want you all to know that I was busy every single day that I was away. The window of time that I had to stream like 3 days ago was just when my brother and his girlfriend were getting a dinner together. That was like the one window that I had where I was free, and I chose to stream with it. So it was not leisurely time. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $2. Green Pierre System and Kiki Safari, thank you for the $10 both. Is it too late to buy a gun in Washington, by the way? No, you can buy a gun in Washington for sure. They did implement a magazine restriction, though. The maximum number of bullets in a magazine now is 5 or 10 or something. You can't buy the bigger magazines, the standard magazines in the state anymore because of wokeness. But no, you can still buy guns here, you know? Never too late. At least not yet. And thank you, Green PR System, for the $10. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry for being blasé about the autism thing earlier. David DiRienzo, thank you for the $5. Why won't Walz do anything? He's not even running again. Because people in power are subjected to pressures that you could only imagine, okay? Like, look, a lot of you have, at least for a short time, gone against what you considered your own better interest because of a word of advice from somebody that you kind of trusted. Maybe a friend of a friend or an acquaintance who said, this is like this, or you should try this in this situation, or don't do this. You went against your better judgment. Maybe they were right to, maybe they were wrong. What I'm saying is they're susceptible. Now imagine how it must feel to be a politician and you're being pressured from dozens, hundreds of special interest group lobbyists and consultants. These are people who have been working in DC for decades. These are people who have behind them a sum of corporate interests worth in tandem tens of billions of dollars. People who, on a whim, could sink the economy of your state if they chose to by moving industry out or putting pressure against you. These are people who have enough money to fund 1,000 campaigns to overturn your incumbents. These are the pressures that people like Tim Walz are up against. And while I don't think that justifies their behavior or their weakness, it's important to understand, like, it is a uniparty thing. It is. Ultimately, the thing that gives Trump power is that he's eccentric enough and his supporters are crazy enough that he can get away with enacting the will of the powers that be more recklessly and more chaotically than a lot of other people can. But the powers that be have been the same powers for a long time, you know? It doesn't necessarily mean the Democrats are paid opposition or that the parties are the same. The Democrats and Republicans have different strategies of appealing to those interests. For example, Democrats are on average much, much, much less reactionary. Not like they're super great or whatever, just Republicans are fucking insane. They're different strategies of appealing to the people as a way of justifying putting through the same basic slate of policies, managing the same basic, interests and goals. It's very scary stuff. Non grata, thank you for the 100 Norwegian kroner. Thank you. Are we reenacting the fall of the Roman Empire? No, very different circumstances, I'm afraid. Possibly equal amounts of lead. Cuban Missile Dino Crisis and Cogswell, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Eloram Basto, thank you for the $20. We will continue to be the professionals in the rooms. Aren't professionals people you pay to solve problems? Yeah, no. I mean, in their case, like the banal professional managerial behavior is professionalism. Their problem with Trump is that he's unprofessional, right? Invites by Danny and Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the $5 both. Non Grata and Jesus JK90, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that. Remember when the right had their panties in a bunch because they thought Obama was going to deploy feds in the streets? Yep. I remember. Yep. I remember. Yes, sir. Sapient Cephalopod, Regina, The Grimm's Prodigy, Nathan E., John Jeffrey, and Parker Paulette. Thank you for the $2 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Videos like this make me reevaluate my empathy. Yeah. You snooze, you lose. Or, sorry, you snooze, you news. Thank you for the $5 both. Every American's vote should count the same. You don't win the Senate by impersonating an authoritarian. I think this might sound a bit crazy to some people, but I really do think it. I think that it is pro-freedom and pro-democracy to impede people who are trying to destroy democracy and freedom, even if they are doing so legally and peacefully. I think that if preserving democracy and civilization itself means politically disenfranchising people who, time and time and time again, overtly, unambiguously, look to destroy the world, I don't believe in that, you know? Like, I think we cannot merely support democracy as a legal institution, but as a, you say, a normative framework that we fight for, right? We're not only fighting for a set of laws and policies, we're fighting for a modality, you know? And it's a modality that, preserves our lives. It's not as though this is a fair playing field, you know? Corporate media has been convincing people to sell away their rights for decades. Yeah. We are not impeding people who are of fair and free mind looking to destroy themselves, okay? There's a reason why the climate change denialism movement is centered in America, and many other countries don't even, really have it, at least not to the extent that we do, all right? It is a moral imperative for the future, for our children and their children and so on, that we do whatever we can to win. We have to secure these positions. In my opinion. Pale Magpie and Parker Pallet, thank you for the $5 and Canadians. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Parker Pallet, thank you for the additional $5. Yeah, we'll see if anyone gets arrested. James Mastro Matai, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. I can't engage with that, I'm afraid, my friend. Grimmy Lane, thank you for the $10. And Colin Costco, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate those. Thank you very, very much. John, thank you for the $2. Why so much hate for Somalis? Rotating ethnic villain of the week. I promise you, in 3 months, there will be a different one. FRS, thank you for the 25 PLN. Really appreciate that. David Hunter, thank you for the $10. Was at the strike, march / rally in today's impromptu protest. These crowds are humongous and strong. The community is active and focused, and I'm dead tired. It's cold. Zero feels warm. Yeah. God bless you, really. I mean, I don't believe in God, but whatever expression of sympathy you want. Thank you for what you're doing, going out there and protesting, even in the, the frigid cold. It's very impressive. And you are the strongest of us. We'll have to talk about it tomorrow, Iron Cat Lover. I just woke up to this news. DocStar96, thank you for the $20. Minnesotan here, we'll keep pushing and pushing, even harder. FDT. FDT. Stay strong, okay? Seriously. Do your best out there. Stay safe. Unfortunately, it has been made clear at this point that literally no behavior on your part can guarantee your safety. You can be an adult or a child, legal or citizen. You can be a protester or just a person there, as Renee Good was. Literally nothing. You can have a gun, you cannot have a gun. You can be in a house, you cannot have a house, or be in a house. There is nothing that you can do to preserve your safety, save the removal of ICE from Minnesota. And it is towards that end that we all fight. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Osam I am. Yes. Robert Field, Eat Pussy Crew. Still alive. Thank you for the $5, Australian or otherwise all. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Wouldn't be surprised if Swan Lake started playing while we wait. Seriously. Peter Faldas, thank you for the 50 Czech currency, whatever that means. Post-commie European here, I'm worried about you guys. This is a part of my history playing in the U.S. Agents hurting people and labeling them as enemies. Yeah, no, I get you. The only thing that I have to say, I think, is that I don't mean to engage in a bit of American exceptionalism, but something that makes us different from, I think, the people of the Czech Republic is that we have at the very least, a strong memory of democracy here. I think the people here are very, very, very resistant, almost innately resistant to the aesthetics of an authoritarian crackdown. Like, Minnesota has been united against ICE, pretty broadly, you know? Whereas if you took to make like a comparison in like Nazi Germany, right? In Nazi Germany, very often when the Gestapo would go after the Jews and the communists and so on, they would be working with their neighbors, basically. Like the Gestapo would enter a neighborhood and people would like clap and cheer as Jews or union organizers or communists were led away, homosexuals, whatever. Not always, but it happened a lot, you know? The aesthetics of open authoritarianism, ratting each other out and so on, yeah, were celebrated in many cases there. And I'm not saying it was the same in the Czech Republic, but obviously the Czech Republic has been subjected to authoritarianism much more than the United States has, right? Like, you know, in terms of its citizenry and its political will. So I guess what I'm hoping is that once a population becomes used to democracy enough, right? Like once a population is accommodated enough to democracy, we become used to it, it becomes normal to us, it gets more and more difficult for authoritarianism to take root in a stable form. In an unstable form, I think it can very much take root. But in a stable form, maybe there's enough of a civil society to push back. That's my hope. Afford me a bit of copium in these troubling times, you know? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Eloran Basto, thank you for the $5. I bet Dem rhetoric goes crazy if you're lobotomized. Yeah, probably. Mokeo, thank you for the $5. Chris, thank you for the $10. St. Paul resident here. First, not to defend Klobuchar overall, but locally people know Hmong more than Laoshan. But mostly, I hope new leaders might rise out of local community resistance. I hope so as well, yeah. I really hope so. You know, I think that... this might be my cynicism, or maybe the fact that I'm not in Minnesota, so I don't even know if I've met a person from that community. But Hmong Elder just sounds to me like the kind of canned focus group style rhetoric. I don't know. Maybe I spoke too hastily there. I'll have to think about it. It's not that relevant. I hate Klobuchar either way. Dan Carr, thank you for the $5. Alex Jones predicted this years ago. Now he's nowhere to be found. You can find him on Twitter celebrating everything the administration does. Honey Bunches McLover, thank you for the $5. Hug your stinky kitties and tell them they're loved by an Appalachian. Speaking of my stinky kitties, you know what they did last night? You know what we woke up to? They fucking kicked the poops. They kicked the poops out of the litter box and they knocked them around the damn ground like they were playing hockey. Classic, yeah. Knocked like 3 poops. Clean the litter before bed. But they poop, and then they poop overnight. It's not, we clean the litter box frequently, but you know. My cousin cats do that. They haven't done it before. 3 that you know of, yeah. They don't do that if you give them kisses. I resent that, okay? I punished them this morning. I found them and I grabbed them and I went... You want a cat? Yeah, sure, give me a cat. Alcier, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Hi, I'm JJ. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that as well. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. Bad Mouse Super Bowl performance coming up in a couple of weeks. Another bad optics moment for the Trump admin. Yes! Isn't the main Super Bowl show, not just the halftime show, but the other one also wokey? Who's doing the opening show for the Super Bowl? Right? Halftime is bad, but Green Day, yeah. Big fans of the Trump admin. Why did you kick the poops? Why? 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 Why are you purring? She's proud of it. Proud of it. Happy. Happy, happy, happy cat. Sometimes cats purr out of frustration, but I don't know. No. People overstate that. 99.9% of the time, if a cat is purring, it's because they're happy. Sometimes they'll purr if they're injured to self-soothe. But she purrs every time I pick her up. So I'm pretty confident on the intent here, you know? You pick her up, she purrs, you set her down, she rubs her face on your face, you know, she's a good cat. Happy cat. Big fat blob. Big old fat blob. Sutter Kane, thank you for the $5. Today's extrajudicial ice killing happened in my neighborhood, only a few blocks away. This is all fucking surreal. I'm really sorry. Yeah, the murder of Renee Good, today's murder, and the murder of George Floyd are all within a couple minutes of each other. Like the same fucking neighborhood of Minneapolis. It's crazy. .2-mile drive. Okay, yeah, not the same neighborhood, I guess, but it's still odd. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Nice. Happy to hear you're having a good day. Valerie, thank you for the $5. I'm a para in St. Paul. My 8-year-old special needs student asked me for canceling school because of the bad people taking kids. Broke my fucking heart. Yeah. It's on a human level, it's like a unbelievable amount of suffering. On a political level, you really have to wonder what the Republicans think they're going to accomplish here in the long run. Like, Minneapolis is going to be a fucking deep blue city out of this. At least after the murder of George Floyd, there was a bunch of broader protesting, which tends to scatter people's opinions to the winds. But in this case, it's just like, I don't know, they're going to turn it into the wokest fucking city in the world, man. Like lifelong, violently anti-Republican, you know? Pondicus, thank you for the $5. Longtime viewer, YouTube cretin, aren't we all? I feel so angry at every fucking complicit cog in this torment nexus. I feel so compelled to do something somehow. You can go out and vote, my friend. That's what you can do. That's the most any of us can ever hope to do, I'm told. Really, though, I mean, if you're there, you know, the organized effort from civilians in Minneapolis and St. Paul to track ICE and film them and so on has been doing enormous amounts of good. Again, I know that one of those people just got fucking killed, so there's that. But still, it's, yeah, no, it's, even filming them is not safe now, but filming them is an essential step towards whatever comes next. Okay, I've read the donos. I'm about to end. Before I end, can I show you guys the cool jacket that I got, please? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I finally got a piece from Capitol. Look, this big old canvas sailor blouse on with lots and lots of room to layer underneath it. Isn't that super cool? That's canvas? Yeah. That shit looks comfy. It's super comfy. I love the silhouette. I love big billowing. Hold on. I love big billowing collars that flow dramatically. I'm like Naruto. You can layer underneath it. Gives you super wide shoulders. Yeah, no, it's a very like masculinizing silhouette, which I mean, I think looks good in anyone because I think those big shoulders. Want to see the texture? It's like it's canvas. It's got like a nice texture to it. And also, hold on. If you want, you can get a little bit Chinese with it. If you're so inclined. Go up. So you can have like an inner low collar to show off the collar of whatever you're wearing underneath it. And it's comfy. Have you seen the latest JJK episode? No, I have not. I'll get around to it. That's a Chinese thing? Not necessarily. I'm just, talking. I do need to watch JJK. It really is saved by its animation, but holy shit, is it saved by its animation. How much was it? It was on sale, but it's still capital. Have you read the most recent manga chapter? No. I haven't gotten around to season 3 yet. Is it good? Apparently it's good if you like watching muscular women beat up men, which, Yes? Okay, well. All right, folks. I'm going to go. I'm going to head. I love you all very much. Please take care. And I will see you guys tomorrow. All right.